Afternoon, everyone, from the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where it is day 4 here in week 10 at the MODUS Super Series. Yesterday, we saw our first player progress their way through 2 finals night on Saturday evening. We've got 2 more groups today to help decide who's going to join Luke Littler on Saturday night. Let's have a look at the best of yesterday's action. Alexander Merkx finished bottom of the group. I had this 1-5-1 checkout. He showed moments of quality, but he'll be looking for more consistency in today's session. As for Stephen Johnstone, he's been fired up for the occasion, playing on the big stage here at the Super Series, and he'll be looking to cap off his debut with a progression through to Saturday night's final. As for Neyens, the Belgian, he progressed on Tuesday and Wednesday respectively. He'll be looking to find that spark here in Group C. Meanwhile, Nathan Gervin's going to be playing in tonight's session. Following a pointless Monday, he's recovered on Tuesday and Wednesday impeccably to see his way into tonight's action. And he is going to be joined by Alex Spellman. He was the man who was actually at the top of the Group A table for large chunks of Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, but missed out right at the very end. And that was due to the sheer brilliance of Luke Littler. The debutant here, there's been a lot of talk about him, and he's lived up to the hype, the billing and the expectations so far this week. So, and that is what we saw in Group A. Macy Ace, Chris Mason, has been watching all of the action down in the commentary box. He joins us up here on the balcony to look ahead to today's session. But before we do that, just a few thoughts and reflections on Luke Littler's campaign. Yeah,
it looked like it wasn't going to happen for him, and then he had to rely on Stephen Johnstone, of course, to beat Spellman in the last game for him to stay top, and that's exactly what happened. But we've seen some really good stuff from all the players. A really enjoyable group. Didn't know what was going to happen. It went down to the wire, which is how we like it.
As for Alex Spellman, how do you think he's going to be feeling?
Yeah, I think he'd be a little bit disappointed. I spoke to him very briefly, and he had the attitude, listen, it's just all about getting in Saturday night, and he's still got the opportunity to do that in tonight and tomorrow night's Group B.
Well, let's round up then the league standings in Group A following the conclusion of 15 games for all of our players. As you can see, Luke Littler going through courtesy of legs difference. And if you take the top 2 out, how close it was for the rest of the field downward.
Yeah, and I think Nathan will be, well, he's obviously regretting what happened on Monday, losing all 5 games, but then to go and win 8 out of 10 showed his quality, had 1 big average as well, and then some really solid stuff throughout, and showed why, again, a bit very much like Littler, there's so much expectation around him. With Spellman, we didn't quite know what we were going to get, but what we did get was impressive.
Well, these are the numbers then from the first 3 days action here at the Super Series. We saw 249 legs of darts play. We saw 94 maximums. We saw a 10 darter from Luke Littler, which could have been a 9.
Yeah, the 180s were very, very impressive, weren't they? Yeah, and we had a 10 as well from Nathan Gervin. But yeah, the 3 standout averages and those checkout percentages, they're mainly down to Stephen Johnstone, whose checkout percentage over the 3 days was absolutely incredible.
Yeah, something around 50%. I know you're going to talk
just
about
over.
that a little bit more on commentary as the day goes on. He's actually going to be playing in our first match of the day against Jason Askew. This is, of course, in Group C. Let's see how, after yesterday's action, the groups will now split up over the course of the next couple of days. The bottom 3 players from Group A participating in Group C. And, well, that's a cast list that's going to join him in Jason Askew, Mark Graham and James Richardson, who just this weekend is an ADC title winner.
Yeah, he's already qualified now. He was already had this invitation in Series 3, and he's now qualified for Series 4. So that takes a little bit of pressure off. But yeah, very, very solid Group C. One of the strongest looking Group Cs we've had for a while. And Group B looks tough. We don't know what we're going to get from Jason Askew, of course, because we've not seen him for a while. But when we did see him here, he set the record very early on, I think in week 1, and that's an average record that's remained to this very day.
118.44 was that average that Jason Askew got on that opening week. And you were commentating on that game. Now, 2 years down the line, we've threatened it once or twice, but we haven't got close.
Yeah, we've had loads of 117s and loads of 115s. Of course, Cam Crabtree, he had 115.62 on debut and looked like he may break the record. There was times this week when we thought Luke Littler was going to break the record. Will it go? I don't know. Maybe. We've got the right kind of players this week to produce a real big average, but whether that gets broke, I'm not so sure.
It's been a little while since we've actually seen him play, so I suppose the first question is we see where he is at.
Yeah, and I should imagine he doesn't know right now, and it's just one of those things you get up there, and it's like riding a bike. Once you sort of get back up to speed, I'm sure he'll be fine.
Well, he's one of 6 players participating in this particular group. Let's see what the bookmakers think in terms of the outright betting, and it is Askew, the 3-1 favourite. James Richardson coming in at 7-2 off the back of his victory at the weekend. But down the bottom of the betting, Kenny Neyens at 11-2. If he can improve from what we've seen, we know what he's capable of.
Yeah, and I think you look at Stephen Johnstone there, right? If he can up that scoring just a little bit, he could be the main contender in this group, because the finishing is there, whether it's under pressure or in a leg that he's in control of. He hits doubles, and like I say, only has to add another maybe 5, maybe 6 points on his overall average in each game, and he could be a danger at that kind of price. I think they're basing those prices on the fact that he is a record holder here, Jason Askew, because we don't really have any data to back that up.
Meanwhile, the player at the bottom of the betting, Mark Graham, is probably the one that we know the most about, and is a player that it's getting better every time he comes here. First time just missed out, second time went through to Saturday. Yeah,
listen, he's a Welsh international. He plays a lot of darts, travels. Yeah, again, strange odds, but it'd be interesting to reflect back on today's odds and compare them with how the compilers see it after a day's play, because I think it will be all change.
I think there will be some market movers indeed. Let's see what you thought then. It's time for Aces Acca ahead of the afternoon session. This is a 4-1 treble here. What's your thoughts on this?
Nothing funny in a 4-1 shot. I think Johnstone and Graham, when you look at their averages and their performances, of course, Johnston's on debut and ADC player this week. I think that's going to be won by one of the other full 3. Over 0.5 Merkx on the 180s, again against Askew. Potentially it could be a long game, so that should cover it quite easily. And then Richardson minus 1.5 at 11-10 against Neyens, pays just over 4-1.
Just 4-1, Mace.
I know, a bit safe on that.
I was going to say that is very safe for you. Matt Edgar was going for 10-1.
And how did they do?
I'd rather not comment.
There you go.
The Aces Acca usually
Rest
does
my
come
case.
In. Yeah. He'll be giving you a bit of value. He'll be providing the commentary for you as well, alongside Matthew Edgar in the commentary box. Game 1 is Askew against Johnstone. Matt, it's all yours.
Thank you, Henry. Game 1 of Group C, a new group. Refreshing the batteries here for Stephen Johnstone, who joins us for his 4th day of action, the qualifier from the ADC system. He has been acquitting himself quite well, coming up here against a record holder, as you've just heard, in Jason Askew. Someone we haven't seen play a lot of darts recently. The last recent sort of form line for him was in 2021 when he was playing on the PDC Challenge Tour and getting some Pro Tour invites along the way as well, but sort of lost his form a little bit, and with that decided to take a little bit of a break. It was all looking quite rosy when he was hitting those records and reaching the 3rd round of the UK Open as well, where he got in as a qualifier, beat Greg Ritchie and a sizable name in Roby John Rodriguez before going out 6-4 to Jelle Klassen. But what do we expect from Jason Askew at the moment? We don't know, but I think if you are one of the favourite backers, this is a bit blind, and I'm not keen on it, to be honest.
No, well, that was pretty much my thoughts on it. Up there with Henry, I think those odds will change massively unless he's playing well, which we don't know, because he's not really been competing, has he?
Not at all. The last thing we can find is Challenge Tour form in 2021, and he wasn't really playing well 60. In there. 72 average, 69, 72, 63, 75, 79, 70. They're all in the 70s. So
85.
He's probably done the right thing in taking a step back, having a break, and then trying to come back and attack it fresh. He's taking on Stephen Johnstone, the ADC qualifier, who's got better as the week's gone on. You mentioned about those stats upstairs with Henry. I've got to bring up the exact number, because I've never seen anything the like. Check out percentage for the week. 51.34. If that was a game, if that was a day, we'd say, well done, Stephen Johnstone. That's his weekly checkout percentage, 51.31.
Yeah, and that's why I think if he finds just a
55,
just a tiny shift in levels in terms of his scoring, you match that with the finishing. He's going to be a danger man. I think his price represented a bit of value.
Well, he's already found a bit of scoring in this leg because this was a leg where Jason Askew had the darts. Stephen Johnston's already had one at the double, and if those stats are anything to go by, 3 darts in hand, this should be 1-0 Stephen Johnstone.
He's that good. He wants to hit 2 doubles.
No score.
Does it 2 doubles and both the wrong ones.
How ironic that we said his strength is the finishing and the weakness is the scoring, and in the opening leg of the day, it's the complete opposite. But Jason Askew can't have a finish in this one, so Stephen Johnstone will return for 3 more darts at double 10.
15. Jason Ricard, 40.
7 darts at a double. Although amongst all of those stats that we discussed, there was one game where he was none from 9, which makes that overall percentage even more impressive. But
Second leg,
7
Stephen
missed darts at a double. And loses leg 1.
121.
One thing we've seen from Stephen Johnstone throughout the week is a bit of a reaction, and you sort of feel that that might play into the hands of a bit of negativity for Jason Askew. If Stephen Johnstone starts hitting and starts letting that roar and that scream out, it might not be what you want your first game back. When
45.
you play your first game back, you just want to play someone at a bit of pace who just gets on with things, and a nice quiet game that just allows you to ease back into things.
100.
Yeah, and I think for his own mindset, getting off to a winning start when you've been away
45.
so long, maybe the difference between having a good couple of days or a bit of a mare.
55.
Frighteningly, I remember Jason when he was
85.
pretty much a toddler. Played his father many, many times, including in a
60.
World Championship.
Wasn't Dave Askew the guy who hit the 9 darter when it was a big rolling on the Pro
85.
Tour? You used to get a rolling prize pot, and if there wasn't a 9 darter hit, it'd roll over, and he hit it, but the same weekend like 2 others hit it, so he only ended up with like a third of the prize.
Yeah, that happened to me.
100.
I hit one in
Stephen
Ireland.
Carr, 120.
I think it was at the City West. It was. They used to play them just a couple of days before the Grand Prix used to start, and it was up to a canny few quid. I know that.
Third leg, Jason to throw first.
And
Game on.
I literally hit my 9 and then heard a roar as Alex Roy hit his, and we had to share the money.
And he probably told you about it many times as well.
Hope you're well, Alex. Happy birthday as well
140.
to Josh Rock. He's celebrating his birthday today.
60.
Players' Championships events this weekend,
60.
isn't it?
It is. There's quite a lot of withdrawals as well, so we're seeing a lot of players getting some call-ups off that Challenge Tour Order of Merit, so a few new faces coming onto the tour there, but also John Henderson. He's top of the Order of Merit, so he's going to be getting his call-up as well, which I'm enjoying the story
100.
and the journey this year of John Henderson, because it's one where he's looking forwards rather than backwards, where the last couple of years he's been looking over his shoulder.
Yep.
59.
Yeah, good luck to John, who had a very good week here last week. Very nearly won the week and qualified for
81.
Champions Week.
100.
It was
Stephen Carr,
Lucas
120.
Venig putting his name in the pot. Who do you think is going to be victorious Saturday night?
I still just can't come away from Luke
37.
Littler.
Jason Carr, 140.
I just think he's got that extra gear.
Well, he went to the Phoenix
100.
last night,
Stephen Carr,
but he'd
83.
had enough darts for 3 days and won that tournament last night, which had a very strong field, as always. 16 ball.
$58.
That's where we'd have heard one of
Jason
those
O'Connor,
come-ons
40.
if he'd have took that bullseye with the last dart in hand. But tops was the target when Askew took it in one dart last time. Chasing it round to the fives
Getting shot
and
on the
gets
third
it with a
leg.
last
Jason
dart in
Askew.
hand.
Fourth leg, Stephen, you throw first. Game on.
That 37 there from the 120 was probably the mistake there for Johnstone that allowed Askew back in there.
140.
Well, not affected by it. The disappointment of missing the ball and seeing his opponent find the double with his last dart.
140.
Just starting to see Jason maybe growing in confidence.
Yeah, there's a bit more pace about him all of a sudden, isn't
60.
there? Certainly within that last visit. It's a very similar action to Dave, actually, doesn't it, when you look at it from the side?
Yeah, fundamentally, the throw looks very good.
180.
A rare max from Stephen Johnstone.
Only hit 3 in the opening couple of days action. That is because of the size of his darts. But what a time when your opponent's just kicked off 140 trying to break your throw. And you put that bit of resistance in there with the maximum. Good signs there from Stephen Johnstone. I had a bit of a chat with yesterday who sort of talked down his chances. He's saying he's just an average player who qualified and he's just enjoying the experience.
Yeah, I had a good chat with him yesterday myself. Just sharing some great stories, some great times I had with his dad. Ball.
55. Stephen O'Connor, 16.
Not a million miles away.
Cracking effort, that one there from Jason Askew, but you don't give this man too many chances at the doubles, and he levels it up. Tight game.
Well, after the initial 7 missed darts, he's
Fifth leg, Jason,
2 from 4.
First. Game on.
Which is back to that 50% ratio. But you sort of feel that Stephen's holding on to his throw quite well, where Jason's sort of clinging on to it at the moment.
Yeah, well, he's won his 2 in 22 and 21 darts. Askew, that is. Where Johnstone, 18 and 16.
Which is forcing Jason to go out in 15 darts, which is 100 average to get the breaker throw.
$140.
Fourth 140 for Stephen.
60.
Been threatening a breaker throw.
100.
He's had opportunities to break throw.
Just looking ahead at the fixtures as well, and I'm seeing that Jason Askew doesn't play actually for another 3 matches. So
161.
if he doesn't get something positive out of this game, it's quite a time to have to sit there and stew and wait and think
97.
and process and worry.
Yep, agreed.
But this is that situation again. Stephen Johnstone looking a lot more
58.
convincing on the Askew
64.
throw. He's got a 100-point advantage despite throwing 3 darts less. And he'll get a dart at the double, but it's not going to be the one he expected to. It's going to be the double 17. The least thrown dart, or the least thrown double on a dartboard, might be the one for the man who's very good at his doubles.
Game shot on the fifth
There's
leg.
that, come on.
Johnstone.
Well, it's not very often you see 64 completed on double 15, double 17. How bizarre.
But again, a good sign of that finishing. Nice composure. One of the things that I've been impressed with Stephen Johnstone, despite the fact he's so inexperienced and talks down his own chances.
Yeah, well, he was telling me yesterday he's just a pub player. He found out about the ADC, which was very close to him, and decided to give it a go. And as you all should, why not? Here's a perfect example that
95.
anybody can qualify. actually a bricklayer by trade.
And as we're mentioning already,
84.
local players come here. We feel he could be an outsider in this group, and he's certainly finding plenty more scoring power. That's two 180s, and he only hit 3 across 15 games in Group A.
85.
He is turning it up.
Well, I'm sure after looking at his opening 3 days and
83.
finding plenty of positives, he's got a bit of confidence about him.
Well, he's not been short of that from the moment he got in here.
82.
But then he's coming here with the attitude that he's here to enjoy it. He's here to take from this experience. And he'll want the experience to go another day. And it might do so, because that is a 99 finish for Stephen Johnstone on top of the 120 finish earlier on. The two 180s, he starts his campaign off superbly. And I'm going to say it, Stephen Johnstone is top of the table. Jason Askew, despite having a bit of time off, averaging around about the 74.28. And we will see him later on. Coming up next, Mark Graham takes on Alexander Merkx.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Stephen Johnstone was a 4-2 winner over Jason Askew in our first match of the session. Let's have a look then at some of the statistics from that one. Johnstone with an average of 86 and a half. We'll get there in the end. 2 maximums in that match, a 120 Shanghai finish and 30% on his doubles to secure a solid win against Jason Askew in his first match here at the Live Lounge on Thursday. Now, I do need to clear up a very important point in this game, a really controversial issue that took place in match 1, and that was the 180 call of Paul Hicks. Now, I have had a conversation with him during the little break that we had between matches, and he has confirmed to me, exclusively confirmed to us here at the Super Series, that he needed to have another look at the 180, and because the player was coming back, he didn't want to go the full hog on the 180. But we will clear up all the big news here at the Super Series as ever. Well, game 2 for us is Mark Graham against Alexander Merkx, and there's no doubt that we're going to get the full cries of the 180 from Paul Hicks if any maximums are hit in this one. Back to the boys in the box.
Thank you, Henry. I'm sure we'll get plenty more opportunities to hear the big, loud cry of Paul Hicks on the 180. And we might not have to wait too long, because Alexander Merkx has been hitting them all week long. He's hit 18 180s so far. And you might need a few of those, taking on the Butcher from Chester, 45-year-old Mark Graham, someone who's doing the rounds at the moment, travelling around Europe, picking up WDF ranking points. He actually picked up some not too long ago. Went to the Romanian Classic. Got to the final of that one, lost out to a Super Series regular in Gary Stone, but his goal is always the same. He wants to play at Lakeside. And he is
First leg is Mark.
Very close to achieving that again.
Game on.
Alexander Merkx has won a week here before. And he's been kind of on the decrease
95.
this week, it's got to be said. He started off with an 88 average on Monday, and we thought maybe it's going to be more of the same from Alexander Merkx.
99.
But then he dropped to an 83 and then an 81, so he's been going the wrong way. But that was Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. That was Group A. This is Group C we're talking about. So this is a chance now that we can see that Alexander Merkx that we've seen here before, who, well, he's won the week.
81.
Having a look over his most recent performances in ranking events. He was at the Scottish Open, had wins over Chris Gilliland,
60.
Liam Meek, lost in the
54.
Scottish Open in the early stages, rounds of 256, but made the last 16 of the other Scottish Open.
60.
Some good averages, 85s, 87s, 92s.
100.
Does have a highest recorded average in official competition of 97.46.
$60. Alexander Carr, 167.
Mark Graham has been here a
42.
couple of times before. And I believe every time he's down here, I'm always on comms. I think this is his third attempt here at the Super Series. And there's one thing I've noticed, he does grow into things.
Yeah, the first week he was
96.
okay, and then his
Alexander
second
Carr,
chance, he
125.
made the Saturday night finals night.
85. Mark Carr, 98.
Great opening dart, double 19. Seeing all the unusual doubles.
60. Alexander Carr, 40.
What's this, leg 7 of the day so far?
Getting shown the
Stats
first
are there to
leg.
be broken,
Alexander
they
Merkx.
say. Just like Mark Graham's throw in the opening leg.
Second leg, Alexander to third first. Game on.
I do think it's a big advantage for the players that have already had
60.
3 days action. And now with our new time slot, they must be relieved just to have had a bit of sleep.
5.
Just feels a little bit more normal playing darts at this time of day than practicing at 7:30 a.m.
Well, if this was the PDC Pro Tour, that starts at 1 o'clock. So
45.
you'd imagine that the PDC have done a lot of research into when you're going to get the peak performance and when players are able to get that sort of level out of themselves. So if they're saying the best time to start is 1 o'clock,
135.
we can't really argue with that. The best time to start is 1 o'clock.
140.
We've seen a couple of big finishes as well from Alexander Merkx so far this week. A 152 and a 151.
140.
He's just going to climb the ladder in ones. We're going to get a 153 today,
60.
a 154 tomorrow. And then if he was here for another couple of weeks, we might get up to the 170.
140.
An opportunity there to hear that call of the 180, the proper call of the 180 from Paul Hinks. Quite iconic now in the
53. Mario Kart
darting
81.
world. It's one that a lot of people will use when you hit a 180 at home and you call it. Quite often the Hinksy. It's often the Hinksy when you
Alexander
call it
Carr,
out, but if you do it in your
143.
head, it's normally the Russ Bray.
Yeah.
111. Mario Kart 40.
Mine's a bit of a Bruce Spenley. I was a huge fan.
Game shot on the second leg. Mark
Levels
Graham.
up, breaks back. It's improving. That was a 17 darter.
Wasn't it Bruce who had the...
The leg marks are through
Yes.
first. Game on.
Yeah. Real old school style about him.
Reborn now by Marco Meyer, one of our referees here at the
44.
Super Series. Every time the double goes in, rather than going straight to game shot, it's a yes, that's game shot.
I think it's nice. I like
140.
that individuality of all the referees. They've all got their own style.
Well, it's like their
60.
signature, isn't it? The 180 call, that's what defines and separates them out. There was someone...
Is there any better than George Nobles?
180.
There's the 180, and he gave it that little bit extra there just to treat us to it. It might have been Justin Bradshaw who was on the other week. And
59.
I had it on, but I wasn't watching it. I was listening to it. And I thought, George Noble's refereeing today. I thought, maybe someone's not... no, he's got a...
48.
Noble's come and stepped in. And... well, it was someone who has a very identical call.
140. Alexander Carr, 133.
This one is warming up nicely. Single 16. Ooh,
101.
Eric was a fan of that. 156. 24-32.
That's a good find, that, because that was a very small gap there. This puts a bit of pressure on the shot for Alexander Merkx, who says, what pressure? As he regains the lead in this one. Everything going against the dart so far.
It's improving. 19.
Fourth leg, Alexander
17.
to through first. Game on.
Third consecutive breaker throw in 14.
99.
Looking forward to seeing James Richardson come up in our next game. He's a man coming here in plenty of form.
81.
I think that's one of the interesting things about the Super Series, the different form lines of players.
100.
It's a 13-week cycle. Imagine winning week 1 and waiting 12 weeks till Champions Week comes around.
41.
Better off playing week 12 and while you're still buzzing, getting straight back in there.
30.
The tactic we now call the Mason. It's always good to have a plan, isn't it?
85.
Well, it wasn't. I'd love to say that was the plan. The plan was not to make a wally of myself. That was the initial plan.
140.
But yeah, it went beyond, certainly beyond my expectations.
$31. Alexander Carr, 132. 60.
Good thinking there to come away.
57.
On the
Alexander Carr,
19s.
72.
The treble 18 would have still left to finish.
Game shot
That
on
was
the
a
fourth
very
leg.
high dart from
Merkx.
Alexander Merkx. Makes me think he went for the bottom wire of tops, where if he'd have got tops, it would have been down to the double 16. The 20 gave him the opportunity of another 20 for the double 16. Good finish there
Fourth leg, Markx
from
to third
Alexander
first.
Merkx,
Game
who,
on.
like you mentioned, growing into the game now, sort of running a just shy of 86.
Looking at some of his
60.
previous wins here, he had wins over Shane McGurrick, Martin Thomas, Michael Huntley,
45.
Kevin Garcia. He defeated by Reece Colley
45.
and Shane in that group.
$100.
Seen some fab stuff from him, didn't we, Reece Colley? just last week.
Well, when we're talking about form lines, when I mentioned about James Richardson coming in here with form, Reece Colley came in with no form.
81.
And he sort of grew as the week went on. We sort of saw him turn that corner as the week grew. And
100.
I sort of get that feeling we could see that this week with Kenny Neyens and Alexander Merkx, who...
Yeah, Kenny Neyens is a fascinating one. When he's got absolutely no B game whatsoever. It pretty much goes A to Z, but
83.
when he's on it, he looks like he could just hit 180 every throw.
44.
And that's the great thing with this concept. When you get players like that who are coming in that maybe just struggling
100.
a bit, they know they've got a week of darts of good quality, of varying quality.
100. Michael Carr, 136.
Format's not too long, so if it's not going your way, you don't get too bogged down by it.
And traditionally, you don't have a long period of time to sit and stew on it and overthink it. It's literally get back, a refreshment.
38.
And Nathan's not been playing great of late,
112.
and that sort of showed on Monday, and then we've seen flashes on Tuesday, and then he was absolutely
96.
outstanding yesterday.
Michael
Winning
Carr,
5 from 5.
94.
And to win 5 from 5 in a group of that quality takes some doing.
Two eights to stay in the game.
Game shot
Great
of the fifth
finish
leg.
there from
Mark
Mark
Graham.
Graham. He's not had too much go his own way in this match, but that finish under that sort of pressure in the opening game, credit to him.
6 leg Alexander to third first. Game on.
I mentioned at the start on Monday, actually, that Nathan Gervin is someone who this time last year was
59.
really coming into a good vein of form where you thought he's going to move on and do some good things. And sometimes just those little sort of positive anchors, those memories
45.
of things like the calendar, the seasons changing, those sort of things can just trigger something deeper than what we can explain.
Yeah.
59.
Yeah, absolutely. It's why certain venues, just players all of a sudden come alive at them.
That's why when you go to the seaside, you feel you have to have fish and chips.
180.
He got all those right in, and he gave us a really high gilding there.
44.
Over the head gilding.
Rather than the little side-on gilding.
92.
Just waiting for someone to give us the double gildings now. Both hands should be empty at that point. Your 3 darts will be in the board. Challenge has been laid out to someone to give us the double gilding.
Well, maybe if Andrew's watching, which could be quite likely. I know a lot of the players do enjoy having the Super Series on while they're having a practice themselves.
$95.
156.
Mark
He's got
Carr,
6 at it
156.
to level things up. Double 18 for a corker.
120.
He does have time on his hands. He's completely outscored Alexander Merkx in this one.
83. Michael Carr,
So
36.
to take us to a deciding leg. A deciding leg that he'll have the throw in. He's getting closer. He's
1.
getting further away.
Alexander Carr, 121.
Double 17 and ball. Shots on.
76.
That would have been
Mario
one of
Carr,
those
35.
where he might as well have just turned around and dug one in the solar plexus. Double 8 to save the game. To take us all the way. And that's
19.
sometimes how
Alexander
finely
Carr,
balanced these
45.
games are. That was to take us all the way and make him favourite. He's now going to face 2 match darts to lose this match.
29. Mario
It's
Carr,
another go.
16.
Needs to get it done this time. I say a defeat here would be like a
Game
slap
shot
in
of
the
the
chops
six
and a
leg.
kick in the
Mark Graham.
shins. But he finds the double 4. And we do go somehow all the way.
7th and final leg mark to throw first. Game on.
That's in these situations. When you open with a treble 20, it just settles you down. You feel like it's job done for that throw when you get 2 free darts rather than the stress of trying to find it with the third dart or the throw building.
140.
A good start from both. Both doing the jobs. Mark finding a treble, Alexander finding 2, which in this situation is sort of the textbook situation.
45.
And that is a left-handed 180 there for Mark Graham.
Well, 140 possibly forced the error out of Graham,
45.
but he's not. Took advantage.
$100.
You don't have as many opportunities to lose games in this group. Yes, there are 2 qualifying places,
100.
not the one like we've just seen in Group A. But there's only 2 days of action. Again, finds that treble 5. That's 5 treble 5s is found in this last leg.
35.
And the second visit where all the darts have gone left into that 5 zone. Advantage Merkx.
100.
Mark plays his county darts for Gwynedd. Well, certainly did last season.
100. Alexander Carr, 116. 100. Mark Carr, 121.
Big last start there from Alexander Merkx. Almost forces the issue for Mark Graham to take this 1-2-1, which he should get at least a dart at the ball. He won't. He's missed the big number. And that could be the shot that costs him the game.
16. Game shot in the match.
He's been with us all week, Alexander Merkx. We said he's been on a bit of a slide in form, but he's put halt to that one with a victory in his opening game here against Mark Graham. Coming up next, we've got James Richardson taking on Kenny Neyens.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Merkx is off the mark here in Group C as Alexander Merkx gets the better of Mark Graham by 4 legs to 3 in a decider. Now, Merkx raced into a 3-1 advantage before Graham pulled it back to send us all the way to a last leg decider, but it is Merkx who held his nerve in the decider to claim a 4-3 success against the Welshman. Well, we are about to round off the first round of fixtures for our Thursday here at the Super Series, and it sees James Richardson in action. Now, he's a regular here at the Super Series. Are we talking about first, aren't we, today? Well, he was the first player to hit a 9-dart finish back in Southampton. He's also, in more recent times, a winner of an ADC competition at the weekend. So he comes into this competition with plenty of form and plenty of confidence. He takes on Kenny Neyens, who came through Group A into this particular group. In the commentary box, Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Well, the final two in the group are on stage. Wonder what they make of the opening two matches played. Real tight one in the match that we've just seen. There's Merkx just edging out Mark Graham 4-3. Certainly expect
First leg is James to throw first.
fairly quick game here. Two players that certainly like to get on with it. The pace will suit both.
26.
And it's a game that I think is going to go quite close and quite tight as well. And if you're unsure about that, you've not got to look too far back. Just look back to Challenge Tour number 9, which was played on the 19th of March, where Kenny Neyens beat James Richardson
100.
5-4 in the last 16. So very recent form that these two have played, and it went the way of the Belgium.
96.
That's a QR code on your screen if you want to join us. Or Saturday
80.
night's finals night. Just scan that and all the details are there, how you can book and reserve your ticket.
96.
Okay, doors open 6:30. Play gets underway at 7:30. We'd love to have you along. We're down in Portsmouth on London Road in the Modus Live Lounge.
85.
If you're not tech savvy, just head over to www.dartshop.tv and all the details are there as well.
Are you sure that's called the QR code? There's another name for it, wasn't there?
It's the Tungsten T-Rex.
I didn't think you'd say it.
128. Kenny McCann,
I
112.
thought you'd tell me where to go.
It's Thursday. Nearly another week in the can.
47. James McCann, 82.
It's a hold throw this. 17. Tops.
Game shot on the first
Beautiful.
leg. James Richardson.
The breaker throw on the cards there.
That's the thing, playing with a bit of confidence as
Second
well
leg,
that
Kenny
you have
to
at the
throw
moment.
first.
We
Game on.
mentioned that he's won the ADC title just this week, which breeds confidence in itself. He's done quite well on the Challenge Tour. Got himself a Pro Tour
57.
call-up, which he hasn't had for quite some time, and he won that one, Players' Championship number 6, beat Jeffrey Deswan before losing out 6-3 to
60.
Dave Chisnell. We also saw him in the UK Open this year, taking a 6-4 victory in round 1 against the WDF World Championship runner-up Thibaut
60.
Tricol.
Yeah, it was a big win for him. Yeah, he's playing with a lot of confidence. His boy Josh as well. He recently
134.
won a big open. Of course, one of James Richardson's 9 darters came against his son in the deciding leg down in
140.
Southampton. Reminds me of that
115.
competitive dad sketch.
Can't blame him. I would have done exactly the same. Well, I wouldn't have hit a 9-darter, but
58.
I'd have tried to win.
Any of your kids got the darts bug?
No. No, my son's picked him up very briefly, but
144.
didn't really play for more than 3 minutes.
$121. James McCann, 48.
That's for the 8 and tops.
Game shot on the second leg. James Richardson.
Successfully delivers. That's a breaker throw. Nice early breaker throw as well there for James Richardson.
2 out of 2 on tops. Loving it up there right now. And like you say, just playing with
Third leg, James to
a
throw
lot of
first. Game on.
confidence. Already has that insurance policy of already qualifying now for Series 4.
100.
That's done and dusted. He's not got to worry about that.
$100.
I was having a chat with Henry and looking at the lineup for next week. Another interesting lineup of players.
140.
Not seen the full lineup for next week, actually. I'll have to have a gander over. I know some of the names that are coming up over the next couple of weeks, and it's going to be a fantastic finale to Series 3, that's for sure.
100.
We spoke a lot about like the changes in darts, haven't we? But I think James Richardson's one of the last sort of players of that previous generation.
85.
He loves a game of darts and a curry and a kebab. And
Yeah, he's old school. Actually, has found, much to my surprise, a decent
Can you recall
curry house in
136?
Portsmouth, and apparently it's only around the corner. Annoyingly, I've not been there yet, but it's on my
84.
to-do list.
James Recall 73.
if there's one man that knows curries, it's James Richardson.
That's exactly what I said to him. I said, well, if you recommend it, it's got to be good.
65.
Quite often brings
Can
a
you
slow
recall
cooker to make his
52?
own curries because
Yep.
he can't find one that meets his standards.
Yep.
12.
Oh,
James
he's somehow
Wilcox,
come in
8.
between the dart and the wire there. It didn't look like there was enough room for a whole point, but he
Nope.
found it.
Game shot on the third leg. James
Yeah,
Richardson.
he's one of those I've not been for a curry with yet because I'm sure he would curry shame me while I'm ordering a booner. I'd have to
Well,
go,
they can't
I'd have to
do
go
it
real
first.
adventurous
Game
and go
on.
for a madras just to impress and then claim it's not very hot.
He's a Vindaloo man, isn't he?
95.
James Richardson.
Well, also is my great friend and colleague, Alan Warner. Me and him go out for many a
60.
curry and, yeah, Vindaloo. Doesn't even look anywhere else.
I like a bit of the old korma.
That's not a curry. That's a dessert with a
59.
bit of chicken in it.
But just to give me a bit of credit, I do have a garlic naan.
120.
You go, boy. You go. So adventurous.
$100.
Probably like a bit of chicken pakora or something like that. It's fairly
24.
inoffensive. Moment. Best
59.
players averaging close to 90. Richardson looking very comfortable in doing so. 3 from 5 on the doubles. Not had a max yet.
140.
Almost right on cue.
58.
Neyens
James
hasn't
Recall 157.
underperformed in this one. It's sort of been his base level performance at 85. In fact, it was his running average for Monday.
43.
It's
Can
just
you
that he's
recall
ran into
130?
a James Richardson here who is full of confidence.
Winning breeds winning. Be shocked.
44.
Knocks the
James
114
Recall
about for the game and
114.
4-0. Whoa,
98.
long way
Can you
up the
recall 86?
double 18.
I wouldn't have been surprised if he stayed on the treble 20 there, the way the dart was lied in the board. So dart at the ball for Kenny Neyens to get his first leg on
Game
the
shot
board
on the fourth
today, and he
leg.
does
Kenny
so.
Neyens.
Right in the middle as well from Kenny Neyens.
You could have put that in by hand. More in the middle.
This like James
Beautiful
to throw
finish.
first. Game on.
And that's a reminder to James Richardson. Just to remind him what Kenny Neyens is capable of.
125.
The more you keep a player alive and active, the more they can come back and hurt you. We've seen it many times last week when the player was 3-0 up and ended up losing the match.
100.
In these short format games, it doesn't take much for them to turn around. It doesn't take much for that I'm about to
100.
win to turn into panic of, oh, he's getting closer.
We have seen from players as well where they do go into a lead and they do that thing where they're, instead of trying to just win the game, they try to defend the lead. That can catch you out.
You just start
96.
throwing a bit softer, don't you? You get a bit
Yeah.
more defensive, a bit more sort of within yourself, in your shell. Kenny Neyens is attacking this.
180.
Second maximum of the game for Kenny. Average over the 90 now.
40. Kenny O'Carr,
He's in
81.
charge of this leg. This, a leg that James Richardson threw first.
41. James O'Carr,
We're
140.
hoping he throws last.
$100. Kenny O'Carr, 40.
To confirm what has been a good leg of darts and get that breaker throw.
Getting shot on the fifth leg. Kenny Neyens.
14 dart up. Kenny Neyens.
Yeah, that's our second 14 darter of the match. One apiece in that department, but it still
Six leg
remains
Kenny to throw first. Game on.
advantage to James Richardson. 2 legs remain. One of them with the throw for Richardson, which will be the final leg, and it looks likely to be going that way. Mentioned the maxes from Neyens. Normally it's a part
60.
of Richardson's game, which is very strong. Both players still hovering around 90.
60.
Kenny's certainly in the ascendancy at the moment. James Richardson will feel like he's just ordered that Vindaloo and it's come out with a lid on, and he's lifted the lid and seen the korma. We'll be thinking, I don't want this. Send it back.
Where's all the chilies?
49. $140.
For the first time, he does that growl, that snarl at the board. Which is what you get when James Richardson starts to really find his best.
58. $135.
There it is
Kenny O'Carr,
again.
154.
A good strong leg from Richardson, 60 ton, 141.35.
But despite Kenny Neyens opening with a max, it's all in James
82.
Richardson's
James
hands, and that's
O'Carr,
because
66.
after the 180, he had 3 visits without a treble. He actually went 10 darts without a follow-up treble to that. Just checking here, and the eyebrows have raised a little.
That's just from us.
Game shot on the
But
match.
that is
James
66
Richardson.
out. Not a route I am used to seeing. 54.66. Maybe he thought he had 86 and was right to double check, but a very, very good game. 87.28 Neyens, 92.19 Richardson, who makes a winning start to the day. Right, when we come back, Stephen Johnstone in action against Mark Graham.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Available 6 days a week, 50 weeks of the year, the MODUS Super Series. And you can be a part of every single Saturday night final by heading to dartshop.tv. Alternatively, scanning our QR code on screen during our matches. Well, before the break, we saw James Richardson get his campaign off to a perfect start. He sealed a 4-2 success against Kenny Neyens, doing so with an average in excess of 92. Kenny Neyens hit the only 3 maximums in the match, but it was a ton-plus category where Richardson excelled. You can't see it on your screen there, but 12 ton-plus throws compared to Neyens' 4 gave him more opportunities at the double, and he took over 50% of them. So Richardson out of the blocks, flying, a 4-2 victor in his first game. And so that concludes the first round of fixtures for the Thursday afternoon session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And so it's a case of seconds out, round 2 here at the Live Lounge, and it's going to see Stephen Johnstone in action. He takes on Mark Graham, and this is being watched by the boys in the box, Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Oh, there is big heavyweight boxing on the weekend. Zili Zhang up against our own Joe Joyce. It'll be a bit of a tasty fight, that. That will have all happened during Saturday night's finals. Why don't you join us? Yeah, £1 to reserve your ticket. Real unique experience here at the Super Series. Could be sat just there on the right. Look how close that is. What a view.
I'm trying to think we can actually get in this world at the moment for £1.
First leg, Stephen to throw first.
Not much.
Game on.
I could probably get a couple of shirts for that, but
58.
maybe no, you won't even get half a sandwich for £1.
58.
Cup of fuel.
Yeah, there's not much you can get in the world for £1 these days, but you can.
85.
You're here watching a whole night of darts.
Do pound shops still exist now that you can't get very much for £1?
They do, but they're not like everything's not £1. You have to watch what you're getting now.
58.
It's now poundish.
Right.
85.
Surprised you even know what one of them is.
Well, I've walked past one in the high
45.
street from time to time.
I think he was right to
140.
draw attention to Stephen Johnstone today in terms of that 11-2, because he beat Jason Askew in the opening game. 2 180s, a 120 finish,
135.
an 86.68 average, and he's continuing that here.
He was
86.
1-2 favourite just before the off, which I think has moved significantly.
$81. Stephen O'Connor, 47. Game shot on the first leg. Stephen Johnstone.
Familiar command as he holds with the checkout. Yeah, we always find it interesting looking at the
Second leg, Mark to throw
the
first.
odds.
Game on.
You can tell we do not promote a bookie. We look across many of the sites that compile the odds,
125.
just as a cross-reference really to what we think and what they think, and more often than not,
125.
it's a little different.
Well, they'll be looking at the same sort of things we do. When we come in the morning, we look through what the players have done in the past, what their form line's like, a deeper look into the numbers, and we form sort of a bit of an opinion based on that, and we get to cross-reference that to see how they've interpreted that data and information as well, which was, well, it was so
80.
surprising to see Jason Askew, the favourite, as there isn't really much data at all.
No, exactly. They've taken it. Well, I think that's more out of fear of knowing what he is capable of or what he's previously produced.
By doing that, they've offered value on the rest of the field. James Richardson, 72, I thought was a monstrous price.
Yeah, which is why we try and guide the punters that do watch the Super Series as best we can.
Game shot on the second leg, Mark Graham.
Leg of darts for Mark Graham there. A 12 darter, best leg of the day.
Third leg, Stephen to throw first. Game on.
Mark Graham, a Welsh international, and did
58.
qualify for Lakeside last year, didn't he? Got beaten round one. Wants to go back and put that right.
94.
I spoke to him when he came down here, and because I noticed he was putting in the miles, and he was travelling over to a place like Spain and Romania.
60.
And I asked him if that was the goal, and ultimately, it is. That's his yearly ambition every year: get to Lakeside.
Well, he's got an array of sponsors there on the shirt, so
40.
very well supported.
$85.
Plenty of room either side there.
140.
He's raising his game in this one. Well, I said in the first game, he will pick up as the day goes
45.
on.
$92.
Just played in a Saturday night before. Trying to scoop that
$85. Mark Car
£5,000 price.
135.
Ultimately, the golden ticket. Opted not to go for the 25 or ball there on the 135. He had a look at the score of Stephen Johnstone,
59.
saw he's on no finish, so played the setup shot, which is ultimately the right thing to do there, because he wouldn't have chased down the ball with the last start anyway.
Nope.
41.
Good to
Mark
see
Car
the
76.
player under pressure is still thinking correctly.
Not delivering correctly, though, and nor am I with my
36.
words there.
Stephen Car 127.
It's all going wrong. Can we get the 127 in game?
99. Mark Car 40.
Paul Hinks will never live that moment down.
Game shot on the third leg, Mark Graham.
Back-to-back legs. This where Mark Graham starts to make his move. In game number 2 for him today. And
Fourth
his
leg, Mark to
opponent.
throw first. Game on.
Well, he's making a move in this one in terms of the stats and the numbers. Raising the average up to the 90 now.
100.
Putting a bit of a gap between himself and Stephen Johnstone in that department.
96.
Which, if that continues, you'd expect Mark Graham to also get 2 points here and put 4 players on 2 points after our first 4 matches.
60.
We did have that Group B last week, didn't we, where all the players ended day 1 on level points and it was just separated by 6 legs.
Yeah.
60.
Yeah, from top to bottom. That was amazing.
Wouldn't be too surprised to see something like that happen this week as well with Group B.
Yeah, and this one. I think this could
100.
be fairly tight throughout the course of 2 days. You are joining us for the first time.
99.
It's 3 groups per week. Group A, which is played Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday from 9:30 a.m. onwards. Winner of that one goes straight through to Saturday's final. That was Luke Littler
96.
this week. Positions 2 and 3 go into the 5-player field on a Thursday and Friday night Group B, where the top 3 qualify, so a 60%
60.
chance of qualifying.
Mark
That's
Car
your reward.
145.
4, 5, and 6 are put into this group with the further 3 players. That's played over Thursday and Friday afternoon with only the top 2 qualifying. That gives us our 6
105.
players for Saturday night. That field is split into 2 groups of 3. Play each other once, top 2 from each group.
100.
The semi-finals.
40.
In context of this week, that means we've got 1 player through already, and that is Luke Littler, who is awaiting having a couple of days off and probably sat at home enjoying the action.
Well, you think he would be, but he was out last night playing in a competition
Stephen
at the
86.
Phoenix Club in Portsmouth, which is always a well-attended tournament. Simon Whitlock is pretty much there when he's home.
Game shot on the
Jenkins
4th
is
leg.
usually there.
Stephen Johnstone.
That was a big finish.
In the context of the match, huge, because it was a breaker throw as well. Yeah, I'm hearing
This
rumours
leg,
that
Stephen to
Luke
throw first.
knocked in a 9 last night.
Yeah, they're not confirmed at the moment, but there are rumours. Luke Littler completed the
100.
9.
Yeah, not only won the tournament, but did a 9 en route. Not that he lacks confidence, but my goodness, he'll be buzzing for Saturday night. Let's hope we can hit one here on
81.
Saturday night.
If you are wondering who's joining us this evening for the kickoff of Group B, we've got Alex Spellman, who missed out on
60.
winning Group A on leg difference. He's your favourite tonight. Nathan Gerban, probably the most informed player we've got now this week in terms of the Tuesday and Wednesday. He was only not in the running on the back of that poor performance
42.
on Monday, where he lost all 5 matches. Adam Mould, a man who
Previous
has won a
winner.
week before,
Yeah.
was a representative of the ADC, has got an invite this time.
100.
So again, more credit to the players that are coming through that system, that you can actually get into positions for the automatic invitations, like Richard North, who we're going to hear a lot from tonight, and
60.
Gary Blades.
Yeah, he was a tour card holder not too long ago.
Yep, Gary Blades, and actually reached the
60.
semi-final of the Pro Tour just last year. Also beat Michael van Gerwen. And he's the biggest outsider of that field. So that just gives you a bit of weight to say, like, how tight that group's going to be.
57.
Yeah, it could be one of those where it goes like it did, as you mentioned, the Group B last week, where on the opening night,
135.
all 5 players were locked on 4 points. All won 2, all lost 2.
Are you going to give us a little heads up before tonight where your fancy
100.
is for that group?
Stephen O'Connor, 46.
I think Nathan Gervin has a great chance of getting through, and Alex Spellman.
26.
I've been very impressed
Mark
with him.
Leclerc,
He's been
161.
the surprise package of the week so far for me. And then I'll probably go Adam Mould.
Johnstone missed a
50.
couple of darts there.
Stephen O'Connor, 20.
We'll get 3 more. A similar situation to
Getting
what
shot on the
Mark
5th
Graham
leg.
had
Stephen
against him, but
Johnstone.
he converts his opportunity. And he's a leg away from, once again, being top of the table.
Who's your 3 for this evening?
I think Gervin's got to be one of them.
6-leg Mark to throw
He's
first.
got
Game
that
on.
winning momentum, hasn't he?
I'm going to go Gervin and Spellman to battle it out for the title. And then taking the 3rd position on legs
85.
difference will be Gary Blades.
Can you be a little bit more precise?
67. $135.
This is what we was talking about earlier, about how these games can just flip-flop and change. Mark
140.
Graham had 3 darts at tops, missed them. Stephen Johnstone hit that dart at the ball on an 86 finish, and it's completely turned around. He's 3-2 up now, Stephen Johnstone, and even if it loses, this leg has the throw in the last.
46.
Well, he looked in a world of trouble, didn't he? Looked like it was going Graham's way.
85.
Certainly plays with his heart on his sleeve, doesn't he, Stephen Johnston? He's loving the experience.
99.
He said he's very little experience.
And you can look at the context and find context in anything. And You can
139. Mildcar 136.
you can see some comments about how he's, in some people's minds, overreacting to situations. However, he's playing for a career big prize pot here. He's never played for money like this before. This is
96.
serious money.
Stephen
We're talking
Johnstone, 70.
£5,000 plus fees. He's potentially walking away this week with about $6.5 grand.
30. Mildcar 40.
Here's the thickness of the wire and making it 2 from 2.
Game shot on the sixth
The
leg.
opening
Mark
day
Graham.
of Group C, but he's going to have to serve it out because that's a 16-dart hold.
And we do get lost sometimes with the context of, especially when we're talking about sport, what
Seventh and
what a
final leg.
prize
Stephen
pot
just through
is.
first.
But
Game
if you
on.
think about in the context of that, that's like 3 months' wages.
140.
I had the chance to earn 3 months' wages in a week. I wouldn't just be yelling, and the trousers would be off around the head, and I probably would forget to take the keys out of the pocket. They'd be going around with little coins. And
180.
It's not a bad time to hit a 180, but there's certainly a
85.
great time to find one, and a great time is in your opening visit. The last leg decider.
bit of experience coming through there for Mark Graham. Experience of being in this situation before and
95.
having success in this situation. Stephen Johnstone is not wilting. 140.85 with the darts in a last leg shootout is
40.
tidy enough.
Just wilted there.
Got to run for cover here
44.
because they was up a bit more aggressive than normal, which completely blocked the treble, as you could see from that side angle. This offers a mini opportunity back in for
100.
Stephen Johnstone. This is where he'd give anything for a 140.
Yep. That looks perfect for a 140.
100. Stephen Carr 136.
I'm going to say, could you imagine the reaction if he took out a
60.
136 for the
Mark
match?
Carr 82.
Something that would rival Gerwin Price.
17 in tops. Tops for the match.
42. Stephen
His
Carr
friend.
76.
You're watching with earphones in. Maybe just turn it down slightly. Turn it back up. It's fine. Is it the big 7? He's made a bit of a mess of that one. And Mark Graham
36.
missed 3
Mark
darts
Carr,
to
40.
control the game. He's got 3 darts now at that same target to end it.
Should be a
Game
great
shot of
guide
the match,
and is a
Mark
great
Graham.
guide. And it was Graham's turn to give it the come on. Pleased with that. An average of 84.31. Tidy enough. 2 180s, 2 140s, 40% on the doubles. He picks up his first 2 points on the table. We now have 4 players, all on 2 points. The 2 players who were pointless face each other in the next one. Neyens against Askew.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw a game go the whole distance, and it's Mark Graham who got the better of Stephen Johnstone by 4 legs to 3. The Butcher carving apart the Scot. Let's have a look at the stats from that particular matchup. An 84.31 average was enough for Graham to get over the line in the end. 40% when it came to doubles. Actually, both players' doubles stats were really good in that one. Above that, what we like to call the above par for the course, 33%. So it is Graham who moves himself on to 2 points. Well, by the end of it, one of Kenny Neyens and Jason Askew will also be on that figure. Now, I know it's early afternoon, and they say on one of those programs that lower scores are for the best, but no one wants to be pointless. Talking of pointless, here are my pointless friends, as they would say on that particular show. Here's Matt and Chris.
Not quite sure how to take that, Matt.
It wasn't very nice, was it? So it's 2:21 in the afternoon.
He's gone early. Well, interestingly, Jason Askew, what was his odds before the off to win this game?
Well, his odds have been tumbling down ever since the odds actually came up. Originally, he was 4-7 favourite to win this game, and then as I took the odds grab this morning, it kept coming in, and he was 8-11, even money on Kenny Neyens, but that's been changing throughout the day.
Yeah, Neyens now 8-13, and Askew is 6-5, so it's completely flip-flopped.
First leg is Kennedy through first. Game on.
We haven't seen Askew since game number 1, so he's had a bit of time to, around about an hour really, hasn't he, to
93.
be on the practice board, and now he's had that competitive match, which was game number 1, going down to Stephen Johnstone.
45.
But the worry is when you don't play for a while, when negative things happen, it makes you feel negative, and you can get very reactive very quickly, can't you?
Yeah,
58.
absolutely. And like you say, you have that sort of dwell time, which we'll go back to the practice board and try and put a few things right.
140.
Nothing wrong with that.
Absolutely nothing wrong with that. So this is a moment that very rarely happens in darts, but one Paul Nicholson absolutely loves. The possibility of the 350 in 6.
95. Can you
The
count
perfect
170?
Almost as rare as the double 17.
42.
Not this week. Been quite a common feature.
57. Can you count 128?
I certainly expect Askew to improve in terms of level of performance from his opening match.
56.
Very close to
Jason Carl,
75 the average, so
164.
25 per dart, which isn't particularly horrific. 87 left. Treble 17 would have left
94.
36.
Can you count 72?
And tops.
Getting shot on the
Nice
first leg.
clean
Kenny
kill there
Neyens.
from Kenny Neyens. Doesn't give Askew the opportunity to get the breaker throw in the opener. But a decent leg for Askew. Will be encouraged by that one. He'll certainly
Second
feel
leg
that
Jason
he's
is through
in this
first. Game
game.
on.
And I think the pace of the game will suit as well. You do want to play with a bit of rhythm when you've had a bit of a break.
59. 100. 98.
'The reaction there,
85.
begging for another one to slide right down the side of it.
43.
Threatening the break here on the Askew throw.
100.
Chipping away.
96.
I always tend to look at a player that's had a bit of time away and struggled a little bit with form, just to see if there's any indications that it's a technical issue, but it looks no different to me.
105. Can you count 128?
Sometimes it can just be either confidence or motivational as well. If you feel like you're not making that progress, you can get in a bit of a slump.
92. Jason, you count 100.
Sometimes the way to step forward is to go sideways or back.
Step back, yeah. Ooh.
Game
Nothing wrong with that at all.
Jason Askew.
Well, Jason Askew. Clinical finish in leg one by Kenny. It's matched and then some in leg two.
Good luck, Kenny, to third first. Game on.
Good confident way of going as well when you're going tops.
57.
They were both 18 dart holds.
140.
He picked the side there on that 140. Again, that's a sign of real confidence.
58. 100. 41.
Kenny, you feel, was trying to make his move in that second leg. He left the double, and Askew took out that 100 finish. And it's just knocked him out his stride
43.
a little bit here. 9 darts here without a treble.
I suppose as a player, you're playing against Jason, and you'll be fully aware of what he had done in the Super Series, or the then Live Lounge down in Southampton, and you play someone
96.
that you're unsure of. You're almost waiting for them to produce.
We become aware of the game as well, don't you? You watch what's going on. You're listening to the caller ball hints, trying to figure out where you are
57.
in the situation.
Jason Carr,
Where you are in the situation right now, Kenny Neyens, is 15 darts thrown without a treble. Askew will have opportunities here to get the
62.
break. And I say opportunities, because there's no guarantee here that Kenny Neyens going to leave a gettable shot. We've just seen Jason Askew
140.
wrap up the last leg with 2 double tops. He only needs 1 this time. He's only going to get 1 dart.
Game
That's all
show
he
the
needs.
leg. Jason Askew.
And he's 2 out of 2, but 3 out of 3 on tops. And it's 3 18 dart legs. That one, though, a breaker throw.
Looks like Jason to throw first. Game on. $81.
He's picking up the pace in everything, isn't he? How he's walking around. Just a sign of a bit of confidence. Just wants to get on with things now.
180.
Well, that is a great response from Kenny Neyens, who's just had his throw broken in a bit of a whimper, really.
That's his
140.
second max of the match.
Give his third. He'll be on the 9.
140.
That's his 5th today at 3 in defeat to James Richardson.
60.
Good response. It's one thing losing your throw, but another one when you feel you've given it away, which is what he'll feel in that situation.
44. 100. Kenny O'Carr, 137. 57. Jason O'Carr, 120.
Straight up the 20 line, which is lost at the first opportunity. So Kenny Neyens could get
42. Kenny O'Carr, 80.
throw straight back. He'll get 1 dart at tops if he stays straight. It is, it's at tops. A target he's already hit today for a 72 finish, and he wraps it up for the 80 as well. We've had 4 darts at a double in this game so far. All have gone in, all at tops. We might be going to what we said yesterday, going back to the old Yorkshire board here.
Kennedy through first.
We might get a bigger game.
Yeah. Make a play on the doubles board the way they're hitting tops.
100. 100.
Absolute parity here. A slight over pitch, but a great adjustment.
100.
Lucky just to find a ton.
$93.
Much better performance this from Askew, averaging 85.38. He's 11
45.
points on his average from match 1.
His board management's good as well, isn't it? How the switches that he uses.
138.
Yeah, great counter.
$58.
Don't quite
Jason
get that
Carl,
one.
170. $83. $75. Jason Carl, 87.
Break here, of course, and Askew then will be throwing for the match.
27. Kenny McCall, 123.
There's one of those little indicators of someone who's just not played as many darts recently. Just when you get on those sort of shots.
Yeah, not match sharp. Ball.
98. Jason McCall, 60.
We've not yet seen a missed dart at the double in this match. That is the first.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Jason
He's
Askew.
re-broken the throw. He's a leg away from winning this game now. Kenny Neyens in this situation last time hit a 180 and a 140. You feel the way that Jason Askew is scoring that
6
we
leg
may
Jason
need
to
something
third
very
first.
similar
Game
here
on.
again from Kenny Neyens.
And he only had 5 darts at a double in his opening match to Jason Askew. Hit 2 of
134.
them. Currently 3 from 4 here.
57. $100.
Average now closing in on 90.
134.
Not too keen on that lie. He's just had to move across, but he's used it well. Switching around the dart.
97.
And again, using the board well to leave himself a finish. Neyens needs to hit big or he's in trouble. He's hitting big.
140.
A
Jason
bit
Carl,
snatchy with the
170.
final one, but does leave himself on 170.
140. Kenny Carl, 170.
Another one of those. Would have left him the ball.
98.
to come away
Jason Carl,
from the
50.
20s. That was a long
Game
way
shot
off,
in
but
the
that
match,
one's gone
Jason
in. And
Askew.
Jason Askew, what a recovery that was. He hit the outer ring and then hit the double. And the recovery after defeat in his opening game. And his points on the board for Askew. And Kenny Neyens continues with back-to-back defeats. Coming up next, Alexander Merkx, James Richardson.
Board 1, Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilley. And board 2, Craig Nixon, Roy Young.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Jason Askew get his first victory on the board, getting the better of Kenny Neyens by 4 legs to 2. Let's round up the game from a statistical point of view, because a very impressive match, it has to be said. 87, 86 the averages, 66% as far as the doubles are concerned. It was a real tidy matchup, a good affair between Askew and Neyens, but it was Askew who picked up the 2 points in that one, meaning he gets his first victory of the group after losing out in the first game of the session against Stephen Johnstone. Well, you may have saw in our little advert break a promo for the ADC, the Amateur Darts Circuit, which is a great way and pathway for you to head to the MODUS Super Series. If you're an ambitious player that wants to have their opportunity in front of the stage, in front of the cameras, you can do. It's at Darts Circuit on Twitter, and there's a plethora of events including the Vault and the ADC Open Series. And James Richardson, who we're seeing next up in our match against Alexander Merkx, well, he was the winner of one of the ADC Open Series events of the weekend, one of 4 winners over the weekend who will qualify their way through to Series 4 this competition as a consequence of that. He's going to be joined by Jack Main, Lewis Gurney and Matt Clark for Series 4 via that route. But it's not just the Open Series where you can maintain an invite to the Super Series. There's also an event called the ADC Vault. Now, they are played in your local clubs every single weekday. You can find different places in different areas, and they rack up your points. And if you're lucky enough and you're good enough, the amount of points at the end of the series could put you in a qualification position. For more information on that, head over to @DartCircuit on Twitter. But this is our 6th game of the day between Alexander Merkx and James Richardson, the man who is famed for his slow-cooked vindaloos. And after that last comment I made in the previous matchup, you can talk about Mike Curry's mace. We'll call it a little bit of korma.
Very good, Henry. I like it. And he is very much I'm not sure, really. I have been for many a curry with Henry. Disappointing curries, not the company, but the actual food itself.
He's probably trying to talk it back down because he knows that after this game you're going to be going up there and having a chat with him.
Well, a mixed bag, really, so far. This will complete the 2nd cycle of games. We now have 5 players on 2 points. The only one without a win is Kenny Neyens. So the winner of this one will go top after 2 rounds of the 5 they will play today.
First leg is Alexander to throw first. Game on.
There is Paul Hinks, the governor. In terms of refereeing, been there, seen it, done it, got the t-shirt.
$41. $140.
2 totally different actions, a real deep pullback right to the face.
$134.
James Richardson, where, well, pretty much no pullback for this man, but it looks so soft and gentle, and there's plenty of control there. It shouldn't really work, that throw, but I think it's a combination of his height.
I was going to say it's the height, isn't it? Because he's sort
Alexander
of...
Scar, 121.
Way over 6 foot, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a tall guy.
47.
Certainly got to look up to have a conversation with him.
$60. Alexander Carr, 74.
Good first start there. Gives him 2 darts at the double.
Getting shot on the first leg. Alexander Merkx.
Good solid holder throw there for Alexander Merkx. A 15 darter to kick things off. But when we saw James under a bit of scrutiny in the last one, that's when he started growling and snarling.
180.
That's almost a gilding. Almost a gold finger.
100.
Everyone's giving us a gilding today.
Maybe they just decided a bit of a tribute to the UK Open champion.
91.
That was an incredible win, wasn't it?
Yeah. Who would have thought, eh?
100.
I did wonder
60.
if Alexander Merkx was any relation to Eddie Merkx, the cyclist, but sadly, spelt slightly different.
140. James
There's
O'Carr,
a
170.
C before the K in the Merkx. Those of you sport fans out there, hello. Just misses the ball.
145. Alexander
Of course,
O'Carr,
a
161.
Cyclist.
99. James O'Carr, 25. $17. Alexander O'Carr, 62.
Very nearly a perfect reply.
Game shot on the second
Back-to-back
leg.
legs,
Alexander
both
Merkx.
in 15. This is tidy, tidy stuff from Alexander Merkx. Missed the ball for the 170,
Third leg,
James
Alexander to
Richardson,
third
and then
first.
missed the
Game on.
25. Paid the price.
59. 97.
No player reaching 4 points as of yet, but one of these two will have to. Both on
134.
their opening fixtures. Kenny Neyens currently bottom of the table. He's lost both of them
140.
so far. Jason Askew and James Richardson being the conqueror of him. So he's lost 2 of his 3 live opportunities
174.
already. So big game coming for him next against Stephen Johnstone, which if he loses that, he's going to have to be pretty much perfect from there if he's got any hopes of extending his week to a 6-day week.
$54. James O'Carr, 143.
Double 16.
111. Alexander O'Carr, 80.
Just missed the ball for a 170. He's now missed the double for a 143, but this time not punished.
72. James O'Carr, 32.
A double that he's seen hit against him twice
He's shot
already.
the
He's
third leg.
used
James
successfully
Richardson.
himself. And the average goes over the 100. This is a good quality game. Combined average here, well over 200 for the pair.
Yeah, this is a
Fourth leg, James to
stunning
third
match.
first. Game on.
And it's only approaching the halfway point.
134.
You are joining us on YouTube from around the world. Welcome along. Or welcome back.
108.
If you are new and not subscribed, please hit that subscribe button. Give us a thumbs up. Helps with
100.
our analytics. And don't forget to hit that notification bell and you will not miss a dart.
60.
Also, if you're a social media user, at MSS Darts, all one word, on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok.
140.
And if you want to contact us, direct into the commentary box. Include
100. James O'Carr,
Merkx's
127.
handle on Twitter.
All for the 127 and game.
111.
Oh, it's
Alexander
so
O'Carr,
teasing.
161.
Want to see if Hinks treats us to the call. Look for a
91.
wire away there
James
though, from
O'Carr,
leveling
16.
the game. That's the most important thing right now for James Richardson. One dart left, and
14.
he's not
Alexander
able
O'Carr,
to
70.
find it.
He's averaging 101.5, and he's 1 from 9 on the doubles. Oh dear.
No score. James O'Carr, 2.
Schoolboy error.
That's why you see a lot of people go for the 12 in that
Game show on the
situation, just to
fourth leg. James
completely
Richardson.
eliminate the possibility of the bust. James Richardson has turned this one back around. We're back to a level game, and essentially it's a best of 3 now.
Fifth leg, Alexander to throw first. Game on. 41. 180.
Had a finger this time.
134.
Maybe he's going to go through the whole hand.
We will get the old
96.
spinny Brendan Dolan one.
The helicopter.
The
finger.
helicopter.
85.
Might give us a Johnny Clayton finger point. Straight down the camera.
55.
We do have one over there. Was Premier League.
58. James Ricard,
Continues this evening.
170.
That should be almost complete when we come back on air at 10 o'clock for the start of Group B. Full
95.
day of darting action.
95. James Ricard, 75.
This is
shot on the
brilliant
fifth
from
leg,
James Richardson. He was
Richardson.
2-0 down, getting pummeled by a relentless Alexander Merkx, but it's ruthless. The key word here from James Richardson, who's pushed his average up past the 100,
Six leg James,
101.36, reeling off 3 fantastic legs.
Yeah, just 43 darts from 2-0 down
45.
to go 3-2 up. That's sort of mid-hundreds in terms of the average, isn't it? 43 darts.
140.
Yeah, fantastic darts. That sort of comes when you're in this vein of form, when you're winning
83.
and just sort of, mentioned before, breathes further winning.
82. 180.
We're back to the thumb. We've gone from the thumb to the finger to the thumb.
Yeah, over that period of the
81.
fight back, averaging 105.
139.
Maybe we've got the pinky for the 177.
The Dr. Evil.
100. James Ricard, 54.
About evil, but it's been savage. And
Game
it's
shot in the
job
match.
done.
James Richardson.
Wowzers, what a performance that was from James Richardson. 2-0 down, and they were back-to-back 15s for Merkx. James Richardson has then reeled off 4 legs in 13, 16, 14 and 15 darts to take the spoils and top the table. Stephen Johnstone back in action in our next one against Kenny Neyens.
welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. What a performance we've just seen from James Richardson. It's fair to say that 101 average, he set the stall up for the group, but he had to do it in a game where he was put under pressure by Alexander Merkx.
Yeah, absolutely. Back-to-back 15s to lead 2-0, and then James Richardson found another gear. He was up around the 105 average over the course of those 4 legs that he won to win the match 4-2, and great performance and put down a little bit of a marker.
He has. Let's have a look then at the stats from that particular matchup. As you can see, 101.15 average, 5 maximums. Finishing wise, Alexander Merkx 2 from 3 on the doubles, James Richardson 4 from 13. But you got the sense of Richardson. He's won a tournament on Sunday, and he found a way to win there, even when his opponent was at his best.
Yeah, and 101 average with 9 darts wasted. It just shows you what in the scoring phase of that match, how good he was. Yeah, and it's something that both myself and Matt picked up on. Winning breeds winning, and he's playing with absolute confidence.
Indeed. Well, we're going to round up a little bit more the group when we go live on Sporty Stuff TV from 3 p.m, where we'll have the conclusion of the session, as well as here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. But whilst we've got a couple of minutes, we thought we'd recap what happened in Series 2, because there's one thing all of our players here at the Super Series want to do, and that is to pick up that £20,000 cheque. And that was exactly what Raymond Smith did last time out, as he got the better of Matt Clark in a deciding leg. Let's show the conclusion of that one. Commentary from Paul Nicholson and Glenn Durrant.
That does not guarantee that this one will.
First.
But the way that Clark has performed in this final, when he's thrown first, has been nothing short of miraculous.
12 weeks of darts, 12 winners, 6
41
down to the finals night, down to 4 for the semi-final, and now down to the last leg. If that doesn't sum up the whole thing about MODUS Super Series, nothing does.
It's a marathon, this thing. This is game 1,352 in this series, and it will be the very last leg of it.
What did I say about Matt Clark, who opened at 140, 180, he's regular on his throw. All of a sudden, one treble will feel like gold.
60.
And all of a sudden, you're creeping into treble 7. It takes someone like Raymond Smith now to hit a 140 here.
And he might just do it. You can hear a pin drop in here. Everybody can hear the darts hitting the board. That 140 is one of the best he's hit this week, maybe the very best of the lot.
I'm just trying to put you into the mind of the players. Matt Clark's now thinking, shake them off. What you panicking for? You're winning your darts.
100.
Raymond Smith now taking the dart. It's now a 3-0-1 game. Nico, what is going on?
He's going to switch. Oh, he's not. I was convinced he was going to go to the 17s, because previously in the week, that's what he's been doing. It's a great standard of a final. There you can see 3 180s in this final. And the averages are very, very healthy. But Matt Clark falters.
Raymond, you require 161.
And Raymond Smith has got 6 from here to write his name into MODUS Super Series history.
Finally, I've called something right. I just had the feeling Matt Clark wouldn't have it all his own way after dominating his darts.
65.
And that leaves a 2-dart combination. Matt Clark on 255. There's the breath. He'll feel like it's all away, but you've got one chance, Matt. The biggest 180 of your life right now. And all of a sudden now he's have to go downstairs. Now it's the connotations. If he stays there, he leaves a bogey.
134.
That was a gamble.
You require 96.
Is the gamble going to pay off, though? Because Raymond Smith has the first shot for the title. He's going to stay straight and go for double 8 and win it. Raymond Smith is the man. The guru thinks his way to the end, and he gets it done. £20,000 belongs to him. The gamble of coming across the planet has paid off, and he will be on a flight back to Australia in a few hours' time. And he doesn't even want to keep his own darts. He's given them to a fan in the front row, but now he can afford a new set. The biggest paycheck possible from the MODUS Super Series belongs to the guru, Raymond Smith. Wonderful performance. Averaged well. The confetti is everywhere. And unfortunately for Superman, he found his kryptonite in Raymond Smith.
And that is how the Guru claimed glory in Series 2. Champions Week, just as a reminder for Series 3, will be taking place on the first week of May, beginning on May the 1st. The finals night is on May the 6th, and we are very much looking forward to that. A great cast list of names in that for sure. Well, me and Chris will see you on the other side. We're going to head over for a quick advert break now. And on the other side of it, we're going to be joining our friends over at Sporty Stuff TV. So please do join us in a couple of minutes' time as the action resumes here at the Super Series. Hello and welcome to viewers joining us here on Sporty Stuff TV. This is the MODUS Super Series where we are in the middle of our session here in Group C, and we've seen 6 scintillating games. Chris Mason, Mace the Ace, has been commentating on every single one of them and joins me up here on the balcony to assess what we've seen. So let's have a look at the results then that we've seen so far in Group C today. It kicked off with a victory for the Scot Stephen Johnstone against Jason Askew. Alexander Merkx beating Mark Graham. And then we've seen James Richardson go 2 from 2, beating Kenny Neyens 4-2 and Alexander Merkx by the same scoreline, whilst Mark Graham and Jason Askew got their first victories in their second round of matches. Chris Mason with me up here on the balcony. James Richardson has been the standout player though so far. Yeah,
it was 2-0 down in the match just before this break. Back-to-back 15 darters for Merkx, and it looked like it was one-way traffic, and then he hit the afterburner to James Richardson, reeling off 4 legs on the spin, an average at that point of around 105 across those 4 legs, ended with an average of over 101. Stunning performance, and he's looked the most dangerous player out there so far.
And, of course, the 101 is an eye-catch in terms of numbers, but even in his first game, maybe not so much at the 140s and the 180s, but his ton scoring was probably the difference. Yeah,
and I think that comes from just the absolute confidence he feels right now. He's been winning tournaments. He's already qualified for Series 4 because he won a tournament last weekend on the ADC Tour. And you can see him playing with that confidence and that belief, and that's key.
Elsewhere, is it quite hard to gauge players at the minute?
Yeah, I think everyone has been a bit up and down. We were worried about Jason Askew, especially in his opening match performance, where he averaged just 74. Bounced back very, very well to win his second game of the day, and mid-80s average, and looked okay.
Synopsis of Alexander Merkx, because it looks as if we're seeing a better level from him today than perhaps what we saw at the back end of yesterday.
Yeah, I think when they're in Group A and they sort of realise their campaign's over, they still try very hard, but mentally they're almost mentally aware that this campaign's over. And of course, when you come back, whether it be Group B or Group C, everything's reset. Everyone starts on zero, and you come with a little bit maybe more ambition.
Well, let's have a look then at the table following the conclusion of 2 rounds of matches, just to confirm what we have seen. James Richardson, the only player to have won both of his games. Kenny Neyens, the only player to have lost both of his games. Now, we're going to see him up next against our ADC qualifier this week in Stephen Johnstone. And Stephen, who has come to the Super Series, it's his first real taste of big stage televised darts, but it looks as if after that first day he's got really comfortable in this environment.
Yeah, he looks a lot more relaxed, doesn't he? And he fancies it. I think it was a bit of an eye-opener, especially the standard of playing in Group A. But yeah, looks a different player. Looks like he belongs there, and that's what comes with experience. You think if he was on a normal pathway in a career, to have got 15 matches on a big stage like that, that might take years to do. He's done it in 3 days, and it's paying dividends. As
for Kenny Neyens, he needs a win soon, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's a little bit of an unlucky Kenny Neyens, to be honest. It's a bit harsh for him to be pointless. And me and Matt picked up on it last week. We had a Group B that was very tight after day one. All the players on 4 points, all played 2, won 2 and lost 2. And I think this group could be the same. I think it's going to be tight all the way through. Even on the back of that Richardson performance, I think the group's just going to bunch up.
Well, we're looking forward to this. It's the conclusion of Group C here on Sporty Stuff TV. And as I say, it begins with Johnstone up against Neyens. Chris Mason's going to make his way down to the commentary box to join Matthew Edgar for all the action to the conclusion of this session. Hello, Matt.
Thank you, Henry. Game number 7. And it's more progress for Stephen Johnstone. He has got better as the week has gone on. You're just joining us for the first time in this match. We let you know earlier on the incredible finishing stats of Stephen Johnstone. Over Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, 51.31%. If he's anywhere around that, that is going to scare Kenny Neyens, who is in a situation here where he's already lost 2 games today.
Game on.
If he loses another one, it would have to be perfect from there for him to be able to qualify through. Johnstone
42
averages in his opening game 86.68. He was 82 in his second, so he is starting to find a little bit more scoring power to go on top of those doubles, which have actually regressed a little bit today, but they're always going in when you're averaging 51%. We can't expect him to stay at that type of level.
100.
So lots more going right for Stephen Johnstone, a lot more ticks in the box, and that experience that Mace has just alluded to upstairs that he has gained.
76.
Starting to shine through nice and early.
40.
Well, in terms of stage time, to get that many matches on TV, I think I probably played, I don't know, close to probably 4 years to get 15
93.
matches under the lights. And there's been lots of things that he can take
85.
lots of positives from, and he just seems just all round more relaxed. I spoke to him in the players' room this morning, and
98.
you know, he was like a rabbit in headlights on Monday morning. That looks a lot more comfortable today.
Well, I don't think he's got any realistic
100.
expectation. If you actually
100.
spoke on, he did say in his interview, obviously he'd like to win it, which, what else are you going to say in an interview? You're not going to say, well, I'm going to, if I lose,
60.
it's okay. Of course you're going to say you're here to win it. But I think with that, I think the realistic side of it is he didn't have any expectation. He was here to enjoy the
84.
experience, and whatever he won, he won.
Yeah, play with the attitude.
He's shown the first leg.
Everything is a bonus.
For some people here this week, James Richardson, Mark Graham, Kenny Neyens, it'd be a step forward for them in terms of what their goals are and in terms of their progression, where Stephen Johnstone didn't even know he was in this until he went to his ADC event and got himself into the event.
140. 85.
We have had ADC qualifiers win weeks before. So Stephen Johnstone wouldn't be the first. Adam Mould, who we're seeing later on this
58.
week, came through the ADC system. And Adam Warner, who now is a PDC tour card holder. Just before Christmas, that gave us that sort of iconic scenes.
125.
That same player had a dart to defeat Michael Smith last weekend in a Euro Tour, and Michael Smith went on to win it. But yeah, it's been a real fairy tale, hasn't it, for Adam Warner? Great story.
139.
That's what sport does, though. Changes lives.
81. Kanuka 164.
When he won that week, and Chris Murphy said to him, "You just won £5,000." He said, "That's more than tripled my net worth."
60. 145. Kanuka 104. 64. Stephen Carr 65.
To see if that strength of his, that finishing, those doubling stats continue.
Game
course
shown
they
the
don't.
second leg. Stephen
But just as
Johnstone.
assured as that we are with him hitting his doubles, we're also assured that he's going to give us the reaction.
And that's not a forced reaction. That
Third
is
leg,
just
Stephen to throw first.
a
Game
mixture
on.
of, I'd say, relief and celebration.
When I was doing my sports psychology, we had to watch a video. And
60.
you watch this video, and at the end of it, they pause it, and you have to write down what areas of that celebration you think are
140.
taught or what are natural. And there's things like he's standing there with his arms in the air, he's doing that come on sort of,
100.
all the things that we're sort of talking about here. And they said, do you think that this is learnt behaviour or natural behaviour? And we went through it all. Most of us
81.
was going for learnt behaviour until we found out that the person we was watching has never been able to see a day in their life. They was born blind.
60.
And the reaction was exactly the same as someone who's had...
Wow.
Because the next video was someone of sight, and the reaction was exactly the same.
Incredible.
So, yep, it's a natural reaction. So actually what
85.
it is a lot of time we learn to suppress that reaction rather than to go to it, because society or opinions will not allow us to let that
140.
reaction come through. So we end up suppressing that, and it might be one of the reasons why we're seeing a lot of issues and people struggling with certain
99.
things
Stephen
like
Carr
performance
141.
anxiety, because they're not being themselves.
For fear of ridicule by the blends. It's sort of one thing that
109.
you've sort
Can
of
you
taught
call
me in
96?
those sort of situations where you, in terms of having a response, is
78.
is
Stephen
to
Carr 32.
ask the question, well, how would you think you would respond?
Game shown on the third leg. Stephen Johnstone.
I love it. It's raw emotion. It's passion. This is sport.
Fourth leg, Kenny to throw first. Game on.
We've all got this idea of how we'd like to react in certain situations, but I can give you a really funny story here.
134.
I was out on the roadside with the missus, and I saw a fox. I'm not keen on animals. And I saw this fox in the
61.
distance, and I don't know what foxes are like out in the wild. So I've dived in the car and shut the door. Left her on the street there. Well, normally you'd say, like, oh, in that situation, I'd
45.
defend her to... I was in the car. It was shut.
And they're a little dog. That's all a fox is a little dog.
30.
Could have been the same if it was a mouse, a rat, a spider.
85.
If you ask me, I'd like to react.
100.
I'd like to react differently, but when you come to that situation, I'm head first.
Have you ever been bitten by a dog or anything?
I have, yes.
Oh, right. So
101.
Yeah, it's not an enjoyable experience.
no, I've had the same.
140. Can you call 136?
140 to leave 170. Neyens here trying to halt the run of legs
58.
from the
Stephen
Scotsman.
Carr 170. $85. Can you call 78?
This is an important shot.
Yeah,
Being shot on
very
the fourth
important.
leg. Kenny Neyens.
He's up to the job. 17 dart leg. On your hold.
Fifth leg, Stephen is through first. Game on.
Finishing is outstanding from both 2 from 4. When they're getting opportunities, predominantly they're taking them.
$60.
Those that don't know, Matt will be playing week 12, Group B.
100.
Yep, Group B like this evening, starting 10 o'clock on a Thursday. Thursday and Friday evening, 2-day group.
91.
We'll
Make
see.
sure you get through because I'm over in the Netherlands then, so I'll be coming back Monday and coming straight here
100.
to do Champions Week.
Yeah, we'll see how excited I am after next week. Another bout of treatment on Wednesday before a couple of days actually in tournament
100.
play.
Yeah, going to
35.
Iceland, aren't you? Very nice.
100.
My next outing, 24th and 25th of June, the Seniors Masters down in Yeovil.
78. Stephen
It's
Carr
available
141.
via where you get the tickets for here, dartshop.tv.
97.
Or
Can you
the
call 137?
World Seniors Darts Tour. Nice lineup there. Bit of
41.
West
Stephen Carr,
Country
44.
interest, myself, Dubby, and Bob Anderson. Reigning champion, David Cameron.
Being shot on the fifth leg, Stephen Johnstone.
Back-to-back World Seniors champion, Robert Thornton, Martin Adams, Phil Taylor, Trina Gulliver, John Pyatt, Kevin Painter, and then qualifiers for that are this weekend
Six
in
leg, Kenny to through
Reading.
first.
So good
Game
luck to
on.
all the players down there vying for a spot in that Masters lineup. Suppose I better start practicing at some point.
140.
You had 4 visits the other day when you...
Yeah. Yeah. 4 good
85.
visits. So I thought, right, well, I'm okay. Put them down. Yeah, I have been ticking over, but I should certainly be
59.
upping the ante next week and staying on once we have the completion of play and having a couple of hours on the stage,
44.
wearing out the 1s and 5s.
$138.
Big darts on Neyens because he's in a situation here where his week could be pretty much over if he's to lose this one. And we're even getting to come on now for the 180. They aren't a feature of his game, but that's his 3rd today.
84.
He's only had 3 across 15 matches in Group A, so he's matched that already. Another sign of that progress.
Another sign of being comfortable. Like I say, that can
98.
years ago that would
Kanuka,
take a
80.
long time to master.
One more dart. Save the match.
60.
And Johnstone,
Kanuka,
who
94.
is very good on the outer ring.
44.
Won't get there.
Kanuka, 20. 10. Stephen, your car,
Woes
50.
continue for Neyens. Another chance to win it. 4-2. The 4 again. Big target down there. Tops.
Game
And
shot of the
tops he
match, Stephen
gets.
Johnstone.
There is the celebration as Stephen Johnstone is on to 4 points and 2 wins from 3 matches. Quite sure what's going on there. Averages in the end 85-28 Johnstone, 88-81 for Neyens. So when we come back after the break, Mark Graham will be taking on James Richardson.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Stephen Johnstone get the better of Kenny Neyens by 4 legs to 2, which means Johnstone doubles his tally when it comes to victories as the Kenny Neyens, the search for a first win in this group continues. Let's round up the stats then from that particular encounter. Johnstone with an 85.28 average. 3 points less than his Belgian opponent, but it was the 2 for 9 in the doubles department for Kenny Neyens, which came back to cost him in the end. Stephen Johnstone 4 out of 8 when it came to the outer ring, and that is what saw him get over the line. That's kind of been his level this week, 50% when it's come to the doubling. So when he gets an opportunity to finish a leg off, he by and large takes them. Well, next up for us here at the Super Series, it sees Mark Graham in action. He takes on James Richardson. Richardson, who has set the stall out for this group so far, having won both of his opening matches and doing so in impressive style. What's going to happen in this one then, Matt and Chris?
Yeah, interesting game. This one's going to be a slightly different pace. Well, these two would know each other quite well. Mark Graham, 45, lives in Chester. 49 now, James, from Rushton, uses a 25-gram Q solder. Made the last 16 of the PDC Worlds. Also had an incredible win over Barneveld, didn't he, in the Worlds many moons ago?
I remember that well, mostly for the 2-1-4-5 finishes that he hit, and the surprise package result there it was a 3-0 victory. And if you didn't know any better and you was watching that game for the first time, you just said that James Richardson was a 5-time world champion just because of how much he bossed that game.
First leg is Mark
Yeah,
to
he
throw
controlled it
first.
from pretty much start to finish.
Game on. $43.
James also a huge supporter of the Darts for Heroes charity for the servicemen of this country. Raises
60.
absolutely thousands.
That tight ride for the darts, that wasn't it? Left to right, straight across the line.
Real old school skill that was back in the day.
121.
Had to work across the bed. There was rarely room enough to well, we see them hit 180s now vertically.
I suppose the wire was
60.
thicker, which
Yep.
meant you was never going to get it up and down, but also the equipment wasn't as good or as flexible as it is nowadays.
Yeah, well, back
100.
then it was usually, well, the maximum was 80-20 in terms of tungsten and other metals, so the darts are a lot thicker. Where see a lot of players now have 95% tungsten. They don't get the
98.
weight, but the darts can be a lot thinner.
$81. Mark the car 120.
Did you open your wallet when you went upstairs?
It's too heavy, mate. I'm going to drag up them stairs. Can't get a safe up the stairs, pal.
$60. James the car
We had a
139.
lift to get your wallet up, wouldn't we?
$99. Mark the car 60.
Secure record turn up when my invoices are getting paid.
Game shot on the first leg. Mark Graham.
Takes the 60. Pretty fuss-free. 20 and tops.
Second leg, James to third first. Game on.
Nice settling leg, that.
180.
There it is again. The gilding. You're not fully committing to the gilding. It's sort of like a half gilding.
66.
Doesn't mean we've got to call it a guild. We might get another one.
140.
He's frustrated. He wanted a 9 darter. He wanted to get another one in this event. He's not had one in this venue. There's only been one player to get it in this venue, and that's Conor Heenahan. And he's done it
66.
twice. James
58.
Richardson was the guy who caught the eye when the names was revealed for this week.
$96.
He actually started
James
the week at
Ricard,
12 to 1 to win the
123.
entire week. I thought that was sizable value.
Well, we both picked up on that. I think you
98.
discussed it on Monday with Henry, didn't you? That it was just way too big. And he's in this rich vein of form. It looks even bigger.
137. James Ricard 25.
100 plus average, of course, in the last match, or his last match, should I say?
Game shot on the second leg. James Richardson.
He's hovering around that number in this one.
Third leg mark to third first. Game on. $57. $100. $100.
Game so far for James Richardson, 92.19,
100.
101.15 in his second, which rounds him off around about the high 96 to a 97 mark, which is, ironically, exactly where his average is in this match.
70.
He is playing to a standard, but that standard is extremely high.
Although we saw some big
85.
averages over the course of Group A, no one that was sort of consistently around that kind of number. 92, 93 was sort of
58.
peak rolling average.
Well, the best day average we got on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday was a 92.69, which was day 1 by Luke Littler. Our second best daily average was 91.10,
58.
which was day 2 by Luke Littler. Sort of see the theme here in the early parts of that. And then the third best we had, the bronze medal, goes to Nathan Gervan.
95.
90.33 on his
158.
last day. So 3 averages running over 5 games at plus 90. That is some going.
Yeah, that is
98. Mark the car 121.
Oh,
77.
back legs.
Change the car 60.
20 and tops.
Game shot on the third leg.
Player
James
like
Richardson.
Nathan Gervin, who was so good at that. And it is seriously tough to do, but makes it look so easy.
Fourth leg, James to through first. Game on.
Last time out, he lost the opening 2 legs and reeled off 4. He lost the opening leg in this one. And he's
134.
reeled off 2.
$54. $41.
You don't have to guess how James Richardson's feeling in a darts match. He will show you. He will tell you. Some
45.
players completely poker-faced. Can't get a read on them. You'll know absolutely everything with this man.
83.
And I'm pretty sure, at 49 years old, he'll already be thinking of next year when he turns 50. And he can play in those senior events next season.
83.
That's something we've discussed before, looking into the future and thinking of all those players that will
97.
be 50 and over that may be contemplating a run at the seniors. It's only going to get tougher over there.
100.
Well, his birthday
James
is
Car
the
146.
7th of January 1974, which means next year he'll be open for the entire season, provided he doesn't go down the
120.
PBC tour card route. But when he turns 50 at the start of the year, he might think, I actually fancy having a bash at that seniors tour for a year rather than attending Q School. It'll be a very tough decision and process time for James Richardson next season.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what Robert Thornton chose to do. On reflection, it was the right choice.
No score. Mark the car 79.
It's one of those things that if he was born in February, he could probably go to Q School knowing this is a backup plan, but he's kind of going to have to set out a plan and actually have a decision there. Can he work around that one to find
39.
the tops?
James car
Yeah, so
26.
no doubt a decision. He may have already made up his mind, but I think we're no doubt could discuss.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Chose to
James
split there
Richardson.
sensibly. The 18 and the 4 are very close together, so it was a small adjustment. Yeah, maybe Henry can catch up
They think
with
back to third
James
first.
at some
Game
point
on.
for a chat. Maybe at the end of today's session, if it is Richardson out on top.
41.
And that is ultimately the question, isn't it? Have you thought about what happens in January
23.
when you have that 50th birthday? Is it a case of trying to get to that Seniors World Championships that takes place in February at the Circus Tavern?
140. $100. $92. 140.
Gets him right back in the leg. Averages dropped off. It was a 20 darter. Leg 4 to lead 3-1. Brought the average down by around 7 points.
95.
What a time to give us the gilding. To put himself on a 2-darter for the match. That one's where he should have got the double thumbs up, because it was 1 thumbs up for the 180 and 1 thumb up for the timing.
Yeah. Aiding and tops, if not the first time today. The reel off 4 unanswered legs. Double 10 moves back.
38. Mark the car 74.
Keep himself in this one. 20 and tops. A little bit awkward. Going to have to come to the right-hand side.
54.
Brushed against the flight on the way in. Took the energy out of the dart. 3 in hand, double 10. He's one of these players that does change position in terms of foot placement on the oche before he throws the dart that finds the target. An end average of 89.102. 180s for James, 1 for Mark Graham. It is 3 out of 3 on day 1 of Group C for James Richardson. When we come back, Jason Askew faces Alexander.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where James Richardson has made it 3 wins from 3, or as he'd like to call it, as he gets the better of Mark Graham by 4 legs to 1. Let's have a look then at the stats on that particular matchup then, because it is worthy of a thumbs up for James Richardson. It is an 89 average, 2 maximums, and 4 out of 13 when it came to the finishing. Ruthless by name, ruthless by nature. James Richardson winning each of his opening 3 matches here at the MODUS Super Series. So, middle match time then in our Group C session. But just a reminder before we get that underway that we're going to be back with you tonight here on Sporty Stuff TV. That's going to be from 10 o'clock, and that's going to be for our first session of Group B. It's going to see Nathan Gervin and Alex Spellman return from their Group A campaigns on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday respectively. And we're going to see the additions of the likes of Adam Mould, who made it to the semi-finals of Champions Week last time out, as well as Richard North, one of our all-time favourites here, making a return to the Super Series. Well, as I say, it is our middle match of the session. It sees Jason Askew in action. He takes on Alexander Merkx, and this is being watched by Chris and by Matt.
I'll give you the thumbs up, Henry. Giving the performance of James Richardson the thumbs up so far today. 3 from 3, out in front on 6. And impressed with how Jason Askew responded after a defeat and a below-par performance in his opening match, but bounced back well. Both these players have picked up a win apiece today. One of them will join Stephen Johnstone on 4 points.
First leg is Jason to throw first. Game on.
And that's third round on your graphic there of the UK Open in 2020. He actually, en route, beat Roby John Rodriguez, who in 2020 was
16.
really hitting some good form. A sizable victory there in the second round and putting a good performance. I think it was a 93 average in losing up to Yellow
100.
Klassen. 6 legs to 4.
85. $100. $140. $100.
Merkx put his
58.
best performance in for some time in the last game. He did go down. It was a 94.55.
Yeah, that was
59.
against
Jason Carr,
101
158.
against Richardson, wasn't it? There wasn't too much he could have done about that.
Well, it's the best level of performance we've seen from him since Game
47.
3 on
Alexander
Monday.
Carr, 142. Game shot on the first leg. Alexander Merkx.
Beautiful finish. What was the odds for this one this morning?
It was 5 to 4 on
Second leg, Alexander to
Merkx.
throw first. Game on.
5 to 6, each of 2 before the off. He does love a big
100.
finish, doesn't he? Alexander Merkx. He's popped in a few biggies and he's gone close on a few biggies as well.
100.
Just sort of 2 trebles to a double. He's done them twice, 152 and a 151. Make it 3 times now if you want to include the 142 onto that sentence
60.
as well.
$93. $97. $77.
I think the good thing about
94.
that last shot, though, from Alexander, the 142, it wasn't just a case of a good finish, it was a well-timed finish as well, because it was for the breaker throw.
135.
Jason
Alexander
Askew there
Carr,
looking for his
150.
first maximum of the day. Only player in the group yet to record one yet. It could be another one.
114. Jason Carr, 96.
Almost had a look about it that it was going to be back-to-back big finishes. Tops.
76. Alexander Carr, 36. Game shot on the second
Finds the
leg.
top
Alexander
corner.
Merkx.
15 and 16 darts. Average of 97 to go 2-0 up.
Third leg, Jason to throw first. Game on.
Certainly
140.
playing better, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got a good flow and a good rhythm about him at the moment.
57.
There was question marks hanging over him. He's not played for a while, and the form that he did leave the game in was very weak. Very rarely getting out of the
100.
70s. But he's took a step back. He's worked on a few things. He's probably
44.
dealt with a few things in his sort of off the hockey life, which sometimes can sort of distract from what we're doing as well.
Well, he's
140.
obviously been working hard at his game.
137.
140, ton
Jason Carr,
140.
121.
3 visits in the scoring phase of this leg.
Sometimes you just need
73.
that just to almost take the head to the recycling centre and dump it all off.
Yeah, it's like a.
85.
It's almost.
Jason
You've got to have
Carr,
enough time
48.
away just to have that real proper reset.
Game shot on the third leg. Jason Askew.
14 darter there.
What tends to happen is a bad day lags into another bad day, which makes another bad day. And you sort of go in there almost expecting
Fourth
that
leg,
to
Alexander
happen.
to
And when you
throw
get
first.
to that
Game on.
point, What's the point in turning up?
Yeah, you become consumed with negativity.
134.
That's very much a modern theme, isn't it? It's
62.
We've only got to read some of the absolute garbage online, and 99% of it is negative waffle
134.
by grown men. How bizarre.
140. 96.
Good response from Merkx.
40. Alexander Carr, 137.
Merkx is very much maintaining his level of performance in this match, where
91.
Jason's just a little bit up and down.
44. Alexander Carr, 46.
Which is something that
Game
a
shot
question
on the
that Alexander
foreplay.
Merkx needs to
Alexander
find in his
Merkx.
game at times this week. A little bit of consistency. He's certainly finding it in this one, and consistency at a very, very high level. He's putting in a
Reflect
very
Jason
solid
through
performance.
first. Game on.
He's looking good to get himself onto 4 points and join Stephen Johnstone
100.
in the joint second position after 3 laps of fixtures.
100.
At the completion of this one, all the players will have 2 more games to play.
40.
Next up, Kenny Neyens against Mark Graham. Kenny desperate to pick up a win, get his
60.
campaign up and running in this Group C.
Enjoy games like this one, where they're good quality
51.
games but played at pace.
Yeah.
140. 140.
Still hunting down that first maximum.
And he'll be aware of that, and then it starts to play on your mind.
And then he
51.
might give us an
Jessica,
ironic
170.
thumbs up.
So he might give us a 170.
105. Alexander Carr, 150.
Another one of those. He had a shot of this earlier on and missed the double 18.
114.
He's done the same,
Jessica
but it's a
Carr,
much
65.
closer effort this time. That was for the match. 2 darts to save it for Askew.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
His
Jason
doubling's
Askew.
been very commendable.
Yeah, that was coolly done.
He's hit 6 out of 11.
6th leg,
in his
Alexander to
opening
throw
2
first. Game on.
games. And he is 2 from 4 in this. That
100.
is 8 hits from 15 attempts on the doubles.
There it is.
180.
What a time to get it.
84.
And now, stolen the throw.
180.
Well, he's waited for 180. He's now got 2. And they are back to back. And they are in the same leg. The 9
97.
darter is on.
Jason Carr, 141.
He's got the record. In terms of the average thrown, he will not add a 9 darter to it on this occasion. But he's chasing down the breaker throw, which you'd argue is more
41.
important right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Winning this leg and extending it to a deciding leg where he will get the darts, although a max here
180.
leaves tops.
Jason Carr, 100.
He's done this already today, and it was pretty much like this, but he hit the tops.
60. Alexander Carr, 40.
What a leg that could be the decider. It's had 3 180s in it. Askew was on the 9 darter after 6
Game shot on the
darts,
match,
and he's ended up
Alexander Merkx.
losing the leg and losing the match. A quality affair there going the way of Alexander Merkx, who joined Stephen Johnstone on 4 points in that second position. Coming up next, we've got Kenny Neyens taking on Mark Graham.
Very warm welcome back, everyone, to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Alexander Merkx sealed a 4-2 victory against Jason Askew in what was a high-quality affair. We're going to have a look at the statistics for you now, following the completion of that one. There was 3 180s in that match, but all of them were hit in what was the concluding leg of the match. Jason Askew threatening the 9-darter. Alexander Merkx gets one to leave himself on tops. 1-4-2 high checkout, so I helped him on his way to victory. Really good game, really good stats. 4 out of 7 on the outer ring is what gets it done for Alexander Merkx. Well, what we can do now is have a quick check and see how the table lays up following the conclusion of that one, because every player has now played 3 matches, and it's James Richardson who is the player who is out in front. 6 points to his name. He is almost close to getting his job for the day done. Stephen Johnstone, Alexander Merkx, both 2 from 3 on their opening day efforts thus far. Well, next up for us, it's Kenny Neyens in action. He takes on Mark Graham, and at this juncture of the group, this could well be an important match. So let's get straight into it in the company of Matt and Chris.
Thank you, Henry. This is a massive game for Neyens. It's a must-win game. In fact, he's got to win his final 2 matches of this afternoon's session in Group C. Don't forget, we're back at 10 o'clock this evening for the start of a fascinating-looking Group B.
Yeah, Group B kicks off 10 o'clock. That'll be a really good lineup tonight, a really tight lineup. But right now, Kenny Neyens wants to make sure that he's in the lineup, and the opportunity for Saturday night in terms of qualification. He needs to make the top 2 of this group. He's currently sat at the bottom of the table. 3 played, 3 defeats. Which by my rule of 3, he's ran out of lives. And I have to say, at the moment, he's walking around with the shirt which says the believer on the back. He's looked more like the non-believer throughout this campaign so far. He's not looked confident, not really backing up the moments of brilliance, and ultimately
96.
continuing from where he ended yesterday, where he walked out of here with a 4-0 defeat.
100. $58.
Takes some doing to do what Mark Graham's been doing the last couple of years.
59.
It's a lot of commitment, time, effort, finance to put the mileage in that he is doing to try and get these points that are needed to get into Lakeside and have a crack at that WDF World
100.
Championship title, which will be defended by Neil Duff later on this year in December.
He had a good week last week, played some
55.
very good stuff at times. He'll be wanting to try and take some of that best form from last week into the season ahead.
26. 56. 60. Can you recall 150?
Going the same route that Alexander Merkx went in our last game, the 2 treble 19s for the double 18.
Mark recall 161.
That's the route that people go that like the sort of tops, the higher end of the board.
Yeah.
137. Can you recall 60?
I suppose with the accuracy that players follow a dart in now, that
40.
if you, like say, if
Mark
you like
recall
that
24.
top or top side of the board, then it makes sense.
Game shot in the first leg. Mark Graham.
Oh, the troubles continue for Neyens. Starts at doubles. Cost him the opening leg, and it's a breaker throw.
Second
More
leg
bad
match
news
to
for
first.
Kenny
Game
Neyens.
on. 59.
Again, the pace of this one will not suit Neyens particularly well.
100.
We've mentioned all day when you're not playing well, or
100.
like with Jason Askew that's just coming back into playing darts again, the last thing you want to do is be in a sort of slow game. You want to be able to get some rhythm and some
97.
sort of flow. And sort of feel like this is a game that's come at the right time for Mark Graham and the wrong time for Kenny Neyens.
Yeah, you just tend to get bogged down a little bit.
137.
Good switch there for Mark Graham. If he would have hit that and knocked that one out the 20, it would not have counted. The rules state that
98.
the score counts when the darts are retrieved, which a lot of people get mistaken because they think if the referee's called it, that's it, the score stands.
48.
The same in the sense of if you've moved on from a score, that you can't go back to correct the leg. As long as the leg is active, the score can be corrected at any point.
Yeah.
68. Michael Carr, 157.
A couple of common misconceptions in darts.
There's plenty of those. We were
65.
discussing the
Kenny Carr,
score yesterday with a
138.
135 or 180. They get it confused because of the ruling of where the point's touching the board.
126.
Gone
Mark
within the
Carr,
boundaries of
92.
a segment, that is the score. That often happens when a dart has almost bounced out, but it's just caught up in the two previous darts, and the point is touching a target.
70. Kenny Carr, 12. Game shot on the
58 there
second
with that
leg.
final
Kenny
dart, hit the
Neyens.
double 18, which confused me and Paul Hinks.
You do have those sort of situations where you just want to check the scoreboard again.
Kennedy
So I
through
could never be a
first. Game
referee
on.
because I'd sort of be working it out, and then when something like that happened, I'd be like, I'm lost now.
Well, there was one in the seniors, wasn't there, with John Parr?
84.
It was 119, wasn't it?
There was a couple of incidents in the seniors. There was that one with Part, and there was another one, I think it was in the
43.
semi-finals as well, because I was on commentary and I was trying to figure it out, and then I had this like eureka moment mid-sentence, like, what has just gone on? And yeah, when you're trying to work it out and you've got to add up and take away at the
43.
same time, it's not a job I would be signing myself up for.
No, absolutely not. I say I've had a go at it as a guest referee.
140.
But, yeah, I didn't like it at all. Actually, a match between
85.
Dave Pallett and Michael Smith, and both super quick throwers. But Dave Pallett has his mind-boggling ways of not only just the approach play, but
140.
also the way he checks out. And I was absolutely lost. They thought it was hilarious.
But they did it on purpose at times as well, didn't they? Just start shooting around the board a little bit.
133.
Work that out.
Yeah, I found myself saying, "Good darts" a lot.
I was one of those players that switched a lot, but at the
95.
same aspect
Can
as
you
I would,
count
I would always call my own
156?
scores. Especially if there was only like a one marker and it's a marker and no like caller or anything. I'd always, even if they've got it already, I'd just always called my own scores. It's a strange
42.
habit.
Michael Carr, 83.
It was just to halt that sort of delay, just in case there was a bit unsure or wanted to think.
Well, nothing unsure about this. He needs the ball.
58. Kenny Carr, 114.
I feel like Kenny's going to have to take something out like this just to really give him a confidence booster.
96. Michael Carr, 25.
I don't think he's got much confidence at all at the minute. You
17.
need things like this, things where
Kenny Carr, 18.
you get an opportunity, because when you've got no confidence, everything seems to go against you. Or that's how it feels.
No score.
And there you go.
Mark
There's a
Yilcott,
perfect
8.
example. He's gone to split. Somehow found the treble 6, which is 18.
And it's a nice big segment, that
No
10 under
score.
6.
Kenny O'Connor,
Well, if he
18.
was playing soft tip, he would have just won. Master out. Going straight forward this time. How ironic
Kenny Neyens.
that he goes and hits it with a first start. Describe irony. Just clip that bit and show him it.
Explain irony without explaining
Ball back
irony.
Merkx is through first. Game on. $140.
I think that's why I enjoy
180.
reading the guff online, because most of it's so ironic.
60.
I was just starting to think,
140.
imagine if he went and did a 9 darter after everything we've just been saying there. That would just be turn the mics off and
Yeah, explain that. Answers on a postcard.
134.
140, 60, 134 from Mark Graham in the leg. 180, 140,
131.
131 for Neyens. He's on a 10. You'd have to be daft to go for the ball.
125. Can you car
Askew
50?
Graham on 42. Sensibly 18.
Game shot of the
There's the
fourth
reward.
leg. Kenny Neyens.
An 11 dart breaker throw. I'm pretty sure, without going over my notes, that's his best leg of the week.
Fifth leg Kenny to third first. Game on.
I mean, average-wise, it's actually his lowest of the day,
96.
which surprises me.
Yeah, I think I mentioned it to Henry. I felt it was a little unjust that he was pointless.
121.
And yeah, very fair to say when you look at the stats, he averaged 87.28,
58.
86.97 and 88.81. Running average with all your bits and change, just shy of 88.
41.
Normally, a level would see certainly points in return
134.
with that kind of level of play, but alas, not for him. That may all change here.
26.
Mark Graham's last couple of shots, 41-26. He's in big trouble here now. You're not going to break the throw with
139.
darts like that, especially when Kenny Neyens is starting to find the big trebles.
Yeah, 96, 58, 134, 139. His 4 visits.
100. Kenny
He's
O'Connor
down to
74.
and has got time on his side. 20 and tops. Oh, double 10. Gets it.
Game shot on the match. Kenny
Oh,
Neyens.
that was a real good turnaround for Kenny Neyens. 16, 22 darts, 11 darts, and a 15 darter to get the job done. There is the numbers, 87-71 for Neyens, which is pretty much around his level of play today. 180 in the match going to Kenny Neyens. And 4-9 on the doubles. When we come back, Alexander Merkx faces Stephen Johnstone.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Yeah, you can join us every single Saturday night here at the MODUS Super Series. Head over to dartshot.tv or alternatively scan the QR code which will be available on screen during our matches over the course of this afternoon. Well, before the break, we saw Kenny Neyens get his first victory of the group, getting the better of Mark Graham by 4 legs to 1. Next up for us is Alexander Merkx in action. He takes on Stephen Johnstone. This is a big game as we jostle for position in this early stage of Group C. And this is being watched by Matt and Chris.
Thanks, Henry. Yep, the winner of this one will take second position outright. A 4-0 win for Stephen Johnstone. And that will put him joint top on 6 points and +7, identical to James Richardson, who, of course, will have a game in hand. And that will be our very next game against Jason Askew, who is playing some very tidy stuff right now, as is James himself.
And I think that's the sort of game that'll get the best out of.
Yeah, the rhythm of that one as well, and it'll have a lovely tempo to it. There is the Tungsten T-Rex
100
QR code. Just scan that if you know how to do it, and that will give you all the details
40
of how you can join us all here Saturday night. Doors open at 6:30. Action underway at 7:30. We'd love to have you here down at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth on London Road. If you're not a QR code scanner
59
like me, then just head over to www.dartshop.tv. Lots of information there.
171
to book your place, and also maybe
85
get yourself a ticket to one of the senior events or one of the many, many exhibitions up and down the country.
60
To start, good time, 7:30. And there's plenty to do on the road, plenty of nice eateries to make an evening of it. Nice little watering hole next door.
I was in one last night, literally just up the road. Probably not even a 2-minute walk up the road. Is a beautiful Italian.
140 Alexander Carr 32
there. Wonderful food.
Game shot on the first leg, Alexander Merkx.
Not out of the blocks here, Merkx with a 13-dart hold.
Second leg, Stephen to throw first. Game on. $100.
Merkx really has come into it the last couple of games.
81.
That game with Richardson where he went down, but we had 94.5 average. He was a 97.5 in his last. And that was a very good, solid victory over Jason Askew.
97.
These two, of course, are in Group A together on Monday. Merkx got the win 4-1 with an 85 average and a couple of 180s. Tuesday, revenge for Stephen.
134.
He won 4-1 with an 88.50, and he was 80% on the doubles.
100.
And then on Wednesday,
140. Stephen Carr 156.
He also had 50% on the doubles, and that's where we had that beautiful 151.
100. Alexander Carr, 49. Game shot on the
He's
second
playing
leg.
with
Alexander Merkx.
some serious confidence right now. 27 darts used in the opening 2 legs.
I was going to use the word urgency.
Third leg,
He's playing with
Alexander
urgency. He's
first.
playing
Game on.
with the fact that he knows he needs these points early on, and certainly in this game here against Stephen
88.
Johnstone, who is joint second with him at the moment, a win here would guarantee him just the tiniest of cushions, but
99.
any cushion, any advantage that you can take is huge in this game when it's such small margins.
Yeah, only 2 from the 6 qualify the top 2.
100.
My apologies, that was actually 30 darts. I thought the opening leg was a 13, it was a 16. Still,
45.
100 average across the opening 2 legs is just an example of how quick the
100.
start he's made to the match, and it's pretty much, as you've said, Matt, carrying over from last time out where he beat Jason Askew 4-2 with a 97.4.
140.
And the sign of frustration there from Stephen Johnstone, who
96.
gives us the aeroplane arms to say, where have you been the whole time? Feels like that scoring power may have just dropped off a little
60.
bit.
Alexander Carr, 117.
It might just be because he's trying to chase a little bit, a guy playing around 100 average. Sometimes when someone's playing so well against you,
50.
it can make you feel like you're playing
Stephen Carr,
worse because
157.
the limitations to your chances.
Perfectly
97.
explained.
Alexander Carr,
and described.
67. Game shot on the third leg. Alexander
Finishing
Merkx.
is beautiful, 3 from 5.
Is Johnstone in Johnstone?
Well, he's in a whole world of
Ball
trouble.
like Stephen
I
to
know
through
that.
first. Game on. $45.
Last week, we had plenty of fight backs from 3-0 down.
100.
Wonder if we're going to get one here.
55.
At the moment, it's not looking likely because
100.
Merkx is just relentless in his pursuit of the points here. Going to need Stephen to find his absolute
100.
best.
$59. $100. $59. $105. $171.
What a visit
Supercar
there. A
96.
maximum visit to leave himself a double for the match. But Stephen Johnstone, double 9 to stay in it. Oh, he's
No
bust.
score.
He goes back to 96.
Alexander Carr, 12.
He might go back to 501.
Game
He
shot
goes
in
back to the
match.
practice
Alexander
room
Merkx.
because this one is over. A quality performance there from Alexander Merkx, and at the moment his closest rival in terms of the table was Stephen Johnstone, and he's just took 4 legs off his column and put them on his own. A clinical performance, averaging 92.49. Coming up next, we've got what will be a high-paced, entertaining game between James Richardson and Jason Askew.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Alexander Merkx got the better of Stephen Johnstone by 4-0. Really impressive display by the Dutchman, 92.5 average to get the job done. Well, next up for us, it could be fast, it could be furious, because it's James Richardson up against Jason Askew, and we've got the thumbs up to go in the company of Matt and Chris.
Thanks, Henry. Oh, there's been a real change in the betting for this one. On the back of Richardson's play so far today, he's now the 4-11 favourite. Jason Askew 2-1.
Wow. Well, coming into today was 4-5. So that's a sizable move there for James Richardson, which we'll pick up on this early because Henry's teed us up with a thumbs up. We have had a tweet in from Josh Richardson, the son of James Richardson, to let us know that the thumbs up is actually tribute to Andrew Gilding. They all do it at the local league on a Monday night when they get a 180.
First leg is
Guessing with
James
the
to
team that they've got
first.
plenty of thumbs up.
Game on.
Wouldn't get plenty from my team on a Thursday night.
81. 100.
Been a steady improved Askew throughout the course of the day, making small
58.
increments of improvement.
$100.
James Richardson, a little slow out of
100.
the traps.
$81. $54.
Attempting to use the 18s there to try and guarantee a shot. I mean, once you've missed the first 18, you can move back over to the 20 again there and keep all three darts
125.
active, where you don't get that with the 90 by staying on the 18s.
No.
So it went from a moment of really good counting to a calamity.
38. Jason Khan 95.
It was aggressive.
Game shot on the first leg. Jason Askew.
Gets a reward and a very tidy leg from Askew, a 14 dart breaker throw. James has
Second
thrown
leg, Jason to
15.
first. Game on.
Still wanted 170.
He's been in this situation a couple of times today, though, where he started off with one slow
99.
leg and then really finds his form.
Well, his last couple of matches, he's either lost 2 of the opening legs or 1, and then reeled off the remaining 4. Can he do that here?
140.
Will he be allowed to do that here? Not looking likely with the form Askew showing though.
58.
It's just tickling me that. Now I know it definitely is a tribute to Andrew Gilding. It's
58.
tickling me more than it did before. And sort of like we might see it again here. You'll see what I mean, like the half effort. Like, there it is. Have a bit of that.
I like it. I think it's a nice touch.
60. James Khan 83.
Button.
Game shot on the
Wow.
second leg. James Richardson.
And it was a 14 dart break in leg 1. That was an improvement on that. That was a 12 dart breaker throw, a couple of 180s in the leg. Will this theme
Third leg, James to
continue?
first. Game on.
In
100.
his match against Merkx, he lost the opening 2 legs, then reeled off 4 unanswered. And then
100.
against Mark Graham, same. Lost the opening leg and then reeled off 4 unanswered legs.
135.
Jason, I'd ask you averaging 100. I think that's going to be
99.
pretty impossible.
$117.
It's like he uses the first leg as practice. 6 practice starts aren't enough for
56.
James Richardson,
James
so he
Carr,
goes, I'll just have the
149.
first leg off and then I'll get started.
57 for 32. 70 left. 60
89.
left.
$58. James Carr, 60.
Got a bit of time on this one as well with Askew back on 188.
Game shown
Not
on the
bothered
third
about a
leg.
bit of time
James
though, he wants to get it
Richardson.
done. This is what he's been doing all day, just being ruthless, dare we say, throughout the action.
Yeah, ruthless by name, relentless by nature.
Fourth leg, Jason to throw first. Game on. $125. $85.
Pace of this one, suiting both.
96.
These are the sort of games you just enjoy watching. 2 players are playing well and playing at pace.
44. $140. $180. Jason Carr, 140.
Oh, stop it. Wow, right on the wire.
120.
Like Richardson in the last leg. Askew will be back.
100. Jason Carr, 20. No score. James Carr, 92.
Well, Askew hit a 95 and he went aggressive. Richardson trying to return the favour. This is ultra aggressive. This is
56.
double-double.
Jason Carr, 20.
Round the
The
first.
first double was lovely, wasn't it? It was
Game shown the
positioned
fourth
nicely
leg.
in the
Jason
double. Lots
Askew.
of room. You'd be surprised he didn't follow that, as Askew does find double 10. 2
Fifth leg,
breaks
James
followed
to
by
third first.
2
Game on.
holds. He's certainly not looking like a
85.
2-to-1 dog here, Jason Askew.
$115.
He's really quitting himself well here, considering the big layoff he's had.
85.
It's been a real long layoff.
One of those that might even be one that people could be
96.
sat at home and maybe take a bit of inspiration from sometimes. You just persevere and push, and when you're in that real negative place, that sometimes maybe just having a little bit of a break is
60.
ultimately a good thing as well.
Yeah, and he's obviously picked his time to return, took time away, applied himself,
99.
and has come back. Great to see. Certainly the Super Series is a better place with Jason Askew
81.
involved.
Well, not many weeks go by without his name being brought up for the reason of that
140.
record average that he's posted in this event. Every time someone starts to play well, we start talking about Jason Askew.
100. Jason Carr, 51. Game shown on the fifth leg. Jason Askew.
He could be the man that stops James Richardson here at the top of the table.
Yeah, that was a 15 dart break of throw, back-to-back legs.
6 leg Jason to throw first.
He's
Game on.
maintained a level where James Richardson has just dropped off.
140.
Richardson yet to hit a 140. 3 180s. We've had 3 thumbs up.
100.
Well, those 180s cancelled out by the 140 count of Askew, who's at 4.
134.
3 thumbs up from James, but it's 3 legs for Jason Askew, and he is making very
140.
strong strides towards the finishing line here. There's no finishing line itis in
100.
play here for Askew. After just 9 darts, leaves himself 127 in game.
Literally.
100. Jessica 127.
For the match, the ball.
79. Jessica 161. 105.
Well, there was a
Jessica
sizable
48.
move in the market before this game, but it could be about to be stamped out. Tops
Game
to dish
shot on
up the
match.
first
Jason
defeat
Askew.
of the day for James Richardson, and just keep this group extremely interesting now as Jason Askew picks up his second result of the day, moving him to 4 points. A really well played game by both, played at a good pace and a good standard, with both players around about the 95 average. Coming up next, Alexander Merkx takes on Kenny Neyens.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
And head over to the ADC website and at Dart Circuit on Twitter for more ways to get involved with the ADC. It could also be a path for you to play here at the MODUS Super Series. Well, before the break, we saw a superb game between James Richardson and Jason Askew. Askew winning by 4 legs to 2. Richardson with 3 180s, 3 thumbs up, and Jason Askew decided, you know what, we'll do exactly the same in the background as well. It was a fun game to watch, that was for sure. Well, let's have a quick check then of the league standings then, because that is James Richardson's first defeat of the group as a consequence of that loss. But it is still he who is top of the table, only though on legs 1 from Alexander Merkx. Well, next up for us here at the Super Series, it is Merkx in action against Kenny Neyens. It's the 4th time we've seen the All-Lowland battle this week, and it's going to be watched once again by Matt and Chris.
Well, there's an opportunity for this group to really start to bunch up. I've got a feeling the form Merkx is in. He's going to prevent that happening by defeating Kenny Neyens and pulling 2 clear at the top. 3 more matches to bring you. This one, Askew against Graham, and Johnstone against Richardson. The odds flip-flopping all day in reply to the performances of the players.
Looks like it's Alexander to throw first.
Askew's been going in as second favourite, then favourite, second favourite, then favourite. They can't quite make up their mind, but I think that performance in the last one pretty much tells us that Jason Askew is very much back in a good place.
Yeah, and if you're Mark Graham sat in a position where you need to win your next game and you see that performance there of Jason Askew,
121.
you're going to be worried. That was a notable performance from Jason Askew.
Well, it was. I said there was a couple of breaks to throw. One of those to Jason in the opening leg in 14, and then it was a great response by James Richardson. And we begin to think, well, deja vu again, darting deja vu, 12 and 15. But then, despite a 180 in leg 4, Askew reeled off legs in 16, 15 and 15. And what was key for me in that performance, he didn't flicker despite playing against someone averaging, well, pretty much 95 against him. And took care of him handily, 4-2.
1 out of 40.
You picked up on, there was no winning line-itis.
If anything, he got better. As soon as he saw that the win was an option, he came out of that moment of, we're out with the battle, the meat of the game, it's now yours, it's in your hands, can you take it? He took it.
Getting shot on the first leg.
Alexander Merkx keeps taking everything as well. He was, well, his doubles today have been incredible. 4 from 7 twice, 2 from 3 and 4 from 11.
It's a stunning return.
Second leg, Kenny to do first. Game on.
Great stuff from Merkx. Seems to have settled into a level. Like a lot of players in
93
in that Group A, they felt like they were disjointed from Spellman and Littler.
60.
But with a reset today, everybody back to 0 points. He seems to have relished that opportunity.
This has
84.
been a fantastic group for finishing. Alexander Merkx, 15 from 28.
174.
And then you look at Jason Askew as well, who's right up there in terms of his stats. He's 12 from 23.
140.
We said Stephen Johnstone is very rare in the fact that he was 50% or 51%, 51.31. Most of this group is around about that sort of level. This is going to be, if this carries on for this last round of fixtures, this could be the best
58.
finishing stats we've ever seen.
Yeah, certainly from a Group C.
60. Kenny O'Carr, 126.
From any group, certainly that I can recall.
And what's impressive about it is it's a collective.
Yeah, everybody's sort of contributed to the stats.
Ironically, the
45.
player who's worse stats
Alexander
is
Carr,
James
148.
Richardson, but he makes up for that because he's had the 8 180s.
Game
And
shot
yet
on the
again,
second leg.
Alexander Merkx finds a big 3-figure finish and a smile from Neyens as if to say, yep, I know what that one's all
Third leg,
about.
Alexander to throw first.
Beautiful.
Game on.
That's now 16 from 29.
58.
In terms of a percentage, for those of you who understand percentages
57.
a little bit more, that is a 55.17.
140.
This is match number 5.
These two, another 2 out of Group A. Monday, Kenny won this tie
44.
4-2. It was a fabulous game. Arguably one of the games of the day. 6 180s in there. Merkx defeated with a
57.
96.5 average.
$60. $59.
On Tuesday, Merkx won it 4-1. 4 out of 7 on the
85.
doubles. No shock there.
$171.
Another maximum visit there from Merkx to leave himself on a single
90.
dart here,
Alexander
double
Carr,
8.
16.
He's not missed a dart or double yet.
Game shot
that
on the
continues.
third leg. Alexander Merkx.
This is incredible. Averaging nearly 100 here, Alexander Merkx. Blowing away Kenny Neyens.
Kenny got another win against Merkx on
Ball for
Wednesday.
Kenny to throw first. Game on.
All three.
$93.
15, 15, 16 darts, 3 out of 3 on the doubles. Average of 98.02. He is playing at a
96.
wonderful level right now.
$96.
We're going to get
180.
our first 4 out of 4 on the doubles. Incredibly, we've not had one. Despite the players all playing at a
96.
serious high standard in terms of checkouts.
This is a massive run of legs here for Alexander Merkx. He won the last couple to beat Jason Askew. Then he won 4-0 against Stephen Johnstone. Looks like he's going to do a 4 again. So he's going to be going into tomorrow on a
90.
double figure
Alexander
winning
Carr,
run of
85.
legs without response. Let's see if he hits the ball.
37.
That will go down as a
Kenny Carr,
mistart of the double.
126.
Yep. Single 19 leaves the ball. Treble leaves double 6.
120. Alexander Carr, 48.
Complete. A fantastic
Game
performance.
shot of the match. Alexander Merkx.
Really good performance there on the actual outer ring. The only dart letting him down was the dart at the bullseye, but a 148 and a 106 finish in a 100.20 average, which is a 15 dart leg. So he averaged 15 darts over all of those legs. Ends the day fantastically and currently goes top of the table. Coming up next, we've got the man currently bottom of the table, Mark Graham, taking on Jason Askew.
Wow, what a performance that was from Alexander Merkx, getting the better of Kenny Neyens by 4-0, doing so in the space of 60 darts and beginning the match with back-to-back ton-plus finishes. That was quite simply superb. That is some way to round off your day, that is for sure. Next up for us is the final matches of the session for Jason Askew and Mark Graham, and this is going to be described by Matt and Chris.
Thanks, Henry. Well, there's an opportunity for Askew to move on to 6 points. Currently on 4 with no leg difference. And it's some turnaround. We feared the worst for him in his opening game of the day, which he lost to Stephen Johnstone with an average of 74.28. Got beat 4-2, but wow, what a turnaround it has been for him. He then bounced back. with a 4-2 win over Kenny Neyens with a 87.5 average. 4 out of 6 on the doubles, 100 finish, which included tops.
First leg is Jason to through first.
Walked into a very, very good
Game on.
Alexander Merkx, whose form continues. He was beaten 4-2, but did average 91.4 and then produced a really good performance,
96.
beating James Richardson, who was unbeaten at that stage. 4-2 with a 95.5. Not sure what his level of expectation
58.
was here today, but I'm sure those last 3 performances almost
96.
Well, they'd be right up there, wouldn't they?
I think I'm the perfect person to answer that, really, in terms of what his level of expectations are, because, like I say, I'm coming into this myself very soon after taking a bit of a lay off. And
80.
when I'm getting ready for this, it's sort of like I have no expectations, but then as soon as you start practicing, you're like, I can win this.
40.
And he'll have that contrast, that conflict in himself of, I shouldn't really expect too much because I haven't played for so long, but at the same time, I can win this.
Yeah, well, we never lose that competitive element. It's almost sort of ingrained in our system to
125.
to want to win. But I think the secret is to almost try and reprogram the mind so
40. Jason
the
O'Connell,
expectation
144.
levels doesn't become a burden.
And that is something that I believe is so
57.
personal. I don't think it's something that you can realistically learn. Like how to have that in you, how to have that sort of streak in you as such, and how to...
44. Jason
Be
O'Connell,
able-
87.
It goes against what we believe in to be negative, isn't it? We're told not to be
Game
sort
shot
of
on the first
negative
leg.
in our
Jason
our
Askew.
approach, but I think sometimes that can almost help you as in sport.
Well, it's because it's complete contrast to
Second leg,
life,
Mark,
really. If
through
we strip
first,
everything
game on.
back, we take away the building that we're sat in, the clothes that we're wearing, the streets that we built outside and everything, what are we actually here for?
140.
And that is to be competitive in that sense. But everything that we've built around us teaches us from a young age to not be.
96.
And even so now, more so,
Well,
with,
more so.
with things such as participation medals and the modern ways of upbringing through the schools. As a ex-teacher myself, I
140.
can certainly vouch for
Yeah, you know firsthand.
how that system isn't breeding us to have that sort of
85.
competitive streak as such. So that's why I think it's just one of those things that it just
91.
is in people. And it's that voice in your
96.
head when you
Mark
don't feel
O'Connell,
right.
130.
People may be watching this at home and tried other sports. Maybe you've had a few years off and thought, oh, I fancy getting back into football. And the brain wants you to do things that the legs can't do.
Yeah, that's very much a
72.
case in boxing where you see fighters just go on that little bit too long, but they can't get out of their
60.
system
Mark O'Connell, 58.
the competitive nature of that sport.
Game shot on the
The
second leg.
brain
Mark
wants
Graham.
things the body can no longer do.
Again, I can completely vouch for that in this period of time where I've not had
They'd
that
like Jason to
competition.
throw first.
And it's
Game
such a
on.
tough decision, which is why I really commend Jason Askew for being able to do that. Because it is such a tough decision to stop, because you just think,
100.
like, I'll be able to sort it, I'll be able to sort it, it'll go away, it'll go away. And it just gets worse, and then you think, right, I've got to scratch that competitive itch, so you go, oh, I'm going to play a bit of football. and
57.
Then you pull an hamstring and put up with the cramps and
or in my sense, got kicked in the head.
yeah, nearly lost your ear.
57.
Just starting to get a bit of sensation back in the ear, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm nearly at the point I can actually put the earphones back on my head again now, so...
95.
Doing your Mark Butcher impression, wasn't it? Was that his name, Mark Butcher?
98.
No, Terry Butcher.
You're probably getting Mark Butcher because you've got the Butcher on stage here
Yeah.
for Mark Graham. That's Mark the Butcher. I don't think there'll be any prizes as to why that's his nickname. A lot of people have nicknames after their jobs nowadays. I remember Nigel Hayden was the Undertaker because he actually was an Undertaker.
59.
The Muffin Man Steve Hine because he made muffins.
$99.
Did Andy Smith work in a pie shop?
No, he just ate a lot of them. But not the biggest eater
60.
that I've ever seen by far.
110.
That tag goes to Aaron Beanie.
Yes. It's the big 10. Then this is the big 4.
74. Jason Car 127.
It works. Double 18. Trouble 19 and ball.
46. Mark Ricard 36.
Digging deep here, Mark Graham.
18. Jason Car 81.
He might have just hit a rock.
Bullseye.
Game
Gets
show
it.
the third leg. Jason Askew.
I'm starting to think we've got to change our tack here with Jason Askew. We're saying all the time, I was doing
Fourth
so
leg match
well
is
for a
first.
player
Game
that's
on.
just coming back into it, and we're judging him on that. I think he's playing that well here that we've almost got to drop that narrative now and start looking at him as
100.
a contender for this group.
He's right in the mix. We'll have to get a win here.
140.
A win takes him on to 6 points with James Richardson.
$100.
A win for Mark Graham. We'll put him on 4 points with
100.
Askew and Johnstone.
$67. $100.
Mark Graham through first in this leg.
96.
Without the
Jason
treble with
Car
that last start would have been in
161.
big trouble. Just keeps digging deep, but just needs to get over that line in one of these legs.
64. Mark
I
Car
know Askew's not going to mess
138.
around too much in the back end.
What did he have? He had 3 darts at a double in the last leg, didn't he? For a 2-1 lead and a break of throw.
86. Jason Car 97.
Now we might be facing darts against him for a breaker throw. It will. It'll be 2 at tops. A target Jason Askew's had a lot of success on.
77. Mark Car 52.
See the disappointment for Jason Askew, but when you talk about disappointment, there's some more of it. He's only going to get 1 dart at tops.
12.
Can't dig him
Jason
out
Car
of this
20.
one. 2 10s to confirm the break of throw. Put himself 1 leg
Game
away
shown the
from
fourth
6
leg.
points.
Jason Askew.
That's the throw to do just that in this leg. James Richards will be watching this going,
The
what did I do to upset you?
Game on.
James Richardson in the last match takes on Stephen Johnstone. And that
60.
will be a game that's really going to decide how the table looks overnight in terms of how many people are really in that running for that
100.
top position. You do obviously have the luxury in this group of the runner-up going through as well.
100.
Don't forget, we are back at 10 o'clock tonight. Premier League will be almost done and dusted by then.
41.
Who do you think wins it?
I think it's one of those situations that every single week you can pick anybody and feel like you've got a bit of a chance with it. I don't think there's any real, this person's a favourite, but if I had to go with it and make a pick, I would go with Gerwin Price.
Yeah,
100.
I agree.
Jason Carr, 161. $99.
It's one of those
100.
strange matches
Jason
where
Carr, 62.
it feels like the average should be higher, but it's not. It's mid-80s.
42. Mark Carr,
Barring
160.
a real big finish, the biggest of the day. It's not going to happen. Askew will be back.
40. Jason Carr, 20.
To join James Richardson on 6 points.
Getting shot in the match,
A
Jason
good,
Askew.
solid performance once again from Jason Askew. 50% on the doubles, a 180 and an average of 84.61 in a game that pretty much eliminates Mark Graham from contention. We will see both of those back here tomorrow for the conclusion of Group C, but we've got one more game coming your way, and that is Stephen Johnstone taking on James Richardson.
This is the MODUS Super Series. 182.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Yes, do come and meet the Dart Stars here at the MODUS Super Series. Tickets available for every single Saturday evening. It's a 7:30 start. The doors open 6:30, and it is a real good night out. That is for sure. Well, it was a good end to the day for Jason Askew. He clocks off on Thursday with a 4-1 victory against Mark Graham. 84.5 the average, 4 out of 8 when it came to the doubling. So he departs the scene following his 5 matches here at the Super Series with a 3-2 record. So let's move into our last game of the afternoon session. Reminder, we'll be back at 10 o'clock this evening for the beginning of Group B. And it's Stephen Johnstone in action. He takes on James Richardson, and this is being watched by Chris and Matt.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, fascinating little tie. It'd be interesting to see how Richardson bounces back after picking up his first defeat of the day last time out. Speaking of Group B, yes, that gets underway. 10 o'clock tonight. Sporty Stuff TV, your chosen bookmaker, and of course, if you're outside of the UK, it is live on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. We've got some lineup for you tonight. Adam Mould, Nathan Gervin, Gary Blades, Alex Spellman, and Richard North. 5 players in action. Like this Group C, played over 2 sessions. Top 3 from Group B and the top 2 from this
First
group.
leg is Stephen to throw first.
Join Luke Littler, who is
Game on.
safely through after topping the table in Group A across Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday.
When you mentioned there about James Richardson having to bounce
100.
back in this one, we're talking purely results-based, not performance, because actually performance-wise, James Richardson's got to do the same. He's just got to keep doing what he's doing because that is more than good enough. The daily average over his 4 games so far is 94.30.
60.
That is an average that you're very surprised to see anything in that L column.
Yeah.
It wasn't because it dipped off. It was a 94.79 when he got beaten last time, as we see the James Richardson thumbs up for the 9th time of the day.
36.
Can he get to double figures of thumbs up? Stunning start to the
40.
match.
James
This
O'Connor,
one,
87.
87 after 9, a possible 11. Tops for a 12.
67.
And despite being 240 points ahead in this one, he's
James
not
O'Connor,
happy.
20. No score.
Now he's got something to be not happy about. A handful of darts missed there by James Richardson at the double. He's still got plenty of time. He will be back. But that just builds a little
78.
bit of frustration.
James O'Connor, 20.
Sometimes when you've got this big lead, you can just almost get a bit too comfortable.
Yeah. The intensity levels just drop slightly.
12.
Sensibly.
Stephen O'Connor,
Well,
161.
possibly sensibly. Shots on. Oh, he wants the ball.
Could you imagine the come on if that would have gone in?
James
We
O'Connor,
hear a roar when he hits a 180 or when he wins a leg. Imagine in that situation.
Game shot on the first leg. James Richardson.
Possible 12 turns into a 21 dart breaker throw. Look on his face when he saw the treble 17 going was
Second
a
leg, James
picture.
to throw first. Game on.
That's where you just wish we could mic the
85.
players up from time to time and just...
Not sure how much of it you could broadcast.
It'd have to be a certain time of day and only on certain channels.
140. $60. $137. $81. $100.
Better leg this one from Stephen. He was nowhere near in that first leg. James Richardson completely running away with that one. 140.
105.
137 on a ton.
124.
Outscoring James despite the fact James had to throw.
58. James O'Connor, 170.
Another one of those would have left him the bull.
130. Stephen O'Connor, 66.
Strength of Johnstone is this. The doubles.
Game shot on the second leg. Stephen
He
Johnstone.
wasn't happy with that one. There was no come on there. It was almost as if... Where's that been?
Right on cue as well. Double 10, double 18.
Third leg, Stephen to throw
Into
first. Game
14
on.
dart break back. Game on.
100.
Good lie that for James. He'll be disappointed if he
83.
can't get another one there. It was an invitation of a dart.
97. $94. $94.
Using treble 18 as cover with success.
60.
Just feels like James is hanging on to his coattails in this leg.
43. $100. Silver car 167.
Another chance at the ball for a biggie.
Game shot on the third
And
leg.
there's
Stephen
that big
Johnstone.
roar we nearly had in leg one when he attempted the 161. James Richardson laid that up, but he's now converted the 167. The biggest checkout of the
Ball
week
James
so
to third
far.
first. Game
And the
on.
biggest checkout that we've seen from Stephen Johnstone.
Yep, the week's
One
highest
under
finish.
40.
There's only one higher. It's the big fish.
James
44.
Richardson, though, is the type of personality that will really get a buzz off of that. Someone giving the big celebration against him. That will really fire him up. He'll enjoy
100.
getting embroiled in that sort of battle.
Yeah, that will feed the flames.
60.
He did give him a bit of an old-fashioned look at the end of that, didn't he? As if to say, right out.
60.
Is that the tune we're tangoing to? And I wouldn't be surprised if we got a reaction from James at some point when he
100.
gets back in and gets one of those big moments. But this could be one of those things where a bit of inexperience of Stephen Johnstone clicks in, because that's a big
41.
moment which is often accompanied by a big adrenaline rush, which
And then a dump of adrenaline.
80. James car 160.
6 starts of this to level things up.
$85. $100. James car 75.
Tops for 2-2.
55.
Low
Silver
again.
car 117.
imagine if he could do back-to-back tons. He can. He can't. He's missed a big number. He's hit the double 17, the target that he's hit the least on the dartboard. It's been hit when he didn't want it.
103. James your car 20. $15. Silver car 14.
Double 17 when he hit the. Was it him that hit the double 7 and left 34?
64,
Yeah.
Oh, he's done
No
it again.
score. James your car 5.
That's just tension. That's just nerves. He's aware of the situation. He could put himself in contention to qualify for this group with a victory over James Richardson.
James shot on the fourth leg, sorry, James Richardson.
And James Richardson gives us a celebration, but it is a mute one. It's one of those that you'd see traditionally on the PDC tour where you're not allowed to
Fifth leg, Stephen
be screaming and shouting. It's against the rules. You can celebrate like that, but it being the style that James just did, it has to be
85.
non-audio. Because there'll be 16 matches all taking place at the same time in a
94.
hall, and if everyone's cheering and jeering, you never know what you might be putting off on the board next to you. Someone might be throwing a match start on the board next to
59.
you, and you could end up costing somebody.
$100.
It does amaze me that at that environment, once
96.
they qualify and play in a TV environment, those rules become irrelevant.
93.
Bizarre.
$140.
He's hyped for this. As for him, he'll be well aware of James Richardson, so this would be a massive sculpt, wouldn't it?
Oh, absolutely. He's done it again.
And that's the thing, when you do start missing big numbers, you just tend to go on a roll of them.
118. $99. Stephen Carr,
I feel we
40.
might have seen a little bit of something there from James if he was to break the throw in that situation.
Game
But
shot the
those
fifth leg. Stephen
strong
Johnstone.
doubling of Stephen Johnstone continues.
Yeah, 50%. How often have you picked up on that over the course of 4 days?
Six leg James to throw first. Game on.
He really would put himself right in the mix.
Absolutely. A victory here would
91.
move him on to 6, and that would leave us overnight in a situation where 3 players will be on 6 points. Jason Askew on 6.
140.
James Richardson on 6. And if Johnstone wins this one, he will also be on 6. This will also be your first fixture tomorrow.
46.
So if you could do the double on James, would put himself right in the mix for
95.
qualification. Something even him himself probably thought was a little bit ambitious at the start of the week. He has really grown into
100.
proceedings. Today, by far, his best average. And
99.
best return on 180s. Also the best finish of the week, the 167, which he's left once again. James Richardson needs at least a treble here.
100. Stephen Carr, 167.
Just to make sure that Stephen doesn't guarantee 6 darts at the 167.
$79. James Carr, 164.
A little bit baffling there. For another one of those are leaving the ball. He's dropped the dart. He's going full on Gerwyn Price here. And so often when people drop the dart, they get it. We've seen a 167. Oh, he got the line right. He just put a bit too much on it. Stephen expected it. He was nodding along in the background. And again, he's missed that big number.
49. James Carr, 30.
And the poor
No score.
finishing from Richardson
Stephen Carr,
continues. Just
59.
10%. 2 hits from 20 attempts at the double.
James
But that is
Johnstone,
not
Stephen
an issue
Johnstone.
for Stephen Johnston. The doubles are his strength, and they are once again his strength in this one. Stephen Johnstone with a huge 4-2 victory there over James Richardson. That's the ADC qualifier, beating the recent ADC champion. 84.31 the average for Stephen Johnstone. We've got that situation now. We've got 3 chasing players, all on 6 points.
We do. Thank you very much, Matt. Chris, well, dramatic.
Yeah, he was properly revved up for that one. I said to Matt in comms, I wonder if he knows a bit about James, and for him it's a big sculpt. You know, he's not played a lot of darts outside of Scotland, so a real good moment for him.
Matt mentioned on the final line of his commentary, the qualifier beats the champion.
Yeah, and that's the nature of this event, and that's why it's open to everybody and why it's so enjoyable, and it throws up stories like this. I mean, the 167 in there was absolutely fabulous, and it's our best finish of the week so far.
Indeed. How will both players reflect on it? James Richardson got off to a good start. Will he feel maybe more glass half empty because of the way his session ended?
I'm not sure. He played at a very high level across the whole day, averaged, I think, probably close to 93 for the day. Good return in terms of points. There's no one that's sort of run away at the top. Merkx has been outstanding, of course. But, yeah, I mean, the top 3 or 4 in there will feel like they're more than in this to to secure one of the top 2 spots and a place in Saturday night's final.
Well, this is the table at the halfway point in Group C. As you can see, Alexander Merkx leading the way on 8 points, and a really improved performance from what we saw, especially on Tuesday and Wednesday.
Yeah, I mean, he always seems to finish well, but he then will go missing in spells in the scoring. But he combined both today, hence why he only dropped the 1 game. Askew, we weren't quite sure what we were going to get from him. But overall, he'll have to be really pleased. He's had a long time away, so to come back and win 3 of his 5 games and some of the performances he put in there, and a win over James Richardson, a very good version of James. But for me, Stephen Johnstone, player of the day.
Yeah, 6 points, and that is all up for grabs tomorrow. Just going back to Alexander Merkx, he put something up on his social media last night saying how disappointed he was with the first 3 days. Well, you could see that he went back, whether it's to the hotel room or whether it was somewhere to practice last night and maybe in the early parts of this morning, and whatever he needed to correct, it seems like he's done exactly that.
Yeah, I mean, he's a former winner here of a week, well, in Southampton, wasn't he? And, you know, we know he's got a high ceiling, but we just didn't see it over the course of 3 days. And I think when you feel like you're disjointed from the rest of the field in Group A, that can happen. Of course, comes back this morning, everybody on 0 points, and you go again. And he's shown a great mentality and a great approach to all matches today. He's been outstanding. But we expect it. Where with Stephen Johnstone, you know, he's an ADC qualifier, limited experience, limited play at any kind of level anywhere near this. And on day 1 to be right in the mix, 2 points off the lead, he's going to be the happiest of anybody out there.
Talking about players that we didn't know too much about going into this one in terms of recent form guys who knew about his pedigree in the past. That was Jason Askew, and we both said up here before play got underway, we didn't quite know what to expect. Okay, it took him a little while to get out the blocks, but once he did, we saw some real good stuff from him. Yeah,
solid. He started with a 74 average, and I was fearing the worst. Is it come too soon? But listen, I haven't spoke to him about it, but I'm pretty sure he'd have mapped out a bit of a plan where he'd sort of picked a date that he wanted to return, and he's obviously been putting in the hours on the board, because some of those performances today were outstanding, especially the one against James Richardson, who was himself playing very well, averaging around 95 throughout the entirety of the game. Wasn't enough to get anywhere near him.
You've been in that position before where you've come onto that hockey having not played much competitive stuff. That first game, what are those nerves like? Yeah, you can feel and hear your own heartbeat. You've got a mixture of emotions. Oh, have I come too soon? Am I ready? But he just brushed that aside, and he dealt with it very well. He didn't, and he had a long time to stew. You know, he was sat in that practice room for 3 games and he would have had all sorts of thoughts running through his mind, but for him they must have been positive ones, because the response to that defeat was outstanding. At the other end of the table, thoughts on Mark Graham and Kenny Neyens today? Yeah, I feel a bit sorry for Kenny Neyens. I mean, he's averaging close to 90 for the day. He's played some good stuff, but just walked into some absolute monsters today. Mark Graham just didn't get going, and I think when you do come into this Group C, the 3 that have come out of Group A, it's such a big advantage, because you know they're right up to speed. They've had time to right the wrongs, and then of course you've got the experienced James Richardson then coming in on top of that with Jason Askew, who's way more experienced than Mark Graham. Yeah, it's a tough group to come into, and both of them felt the wrath of that. Well, it is the first of 2 sessions we're going to see today here at the Super Series. Group B getting underway this evening, and we're very much looking forward to this. And I think in particular, Nathan Gervin, what we saw on Tuesday and Wednesday after what happened on Monday, if he carries on the way he's going, then it's going to be hard to see him not qualify. Yeah, well, we're talking about mentality. He lost all 5 games on Monday, come back on Tuesday, won 3 out of his 5 matches, comes back Wednesday, goes through the card unbeaten. And that's what sort of secured his spot in Group B this evening, which is a little easier because from the group of 5, 3 go through, and that's really important for him. And it's important for him to win one of these weeks. He's played lots of darts here, and he's gone close, and he's made finals, but just needs to get over that line and pick up his first win, and for the rest of his season, really, because it's not been a good start to the year. Well, this is the lineup in full then, Sim. We're going to see the return of Adam Mould as well tonight. He won through to Champions. He got to the semi-final of Champions Night last time out. And we're also going to see the return of Richard North and Gary Blades. 2 players I think we're maybe intrigued to see how their game is out at the minute. Yeah, Gary Blades, of course, last year beat Michael van Gerwen on a Pro Tour. He's a top player. Adam Mould, we already know what he can do at a week down at Southampton.
It's a fascinating lineup. And Richard North, you know, that was a guy who was not that long ago ranked 32nd in the world. Another player that's going to have to come through a bit of adversity, but another player full of quality.
A player who still has in his diary the date he's got to win that PDC major or the TV major. That is what it is. And we're going to see Alex Spellman as well amongst that pack later on this evening. They're all looking to make their way through to Saturday night's final in front of a crowd here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And do you know what you've got to do to get yourself through to the finals?
Yeah.
Scan the Tungsten T-Rex.
Yeah. There
we go. Scan the Tungsten T-Rex down at the bottom of the screen. It's a great
Or if you
feature.
like me, just go to dartshop.tv. It's a little easier.
Don't like the Tungsten T-Rex?
No, I don't mind the Tungsten T-Rex. I just don't do the old QR code scanning thing.
Very much old school. Nothing wrong with that, though.
Nope.
Well, we're going to take a little bit of a break up until 10 p.m. this evening. Between now and 6 p.m. on Sporty Stuff TV, we're going to show you some of the best moments from the Super Series over the past 8 months or so. We're going to return...
Am I in that?
Oh, you're very much.
That's okay then. Just checking.
The golden... I have been told in my ear you are definitely in that highlights package.
That's brilliant. Not in comms, actually playing.
Both, probably.
That's okay.
You can commentate yourself playing if you want.
I'll try that one day.
I don't know. Do we have the dump button or what? Anyway, we're going to take a short break. We'll be back at 10 o'clock this evening here on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. But between now and 6 p.m, here's some of the best moments from the Super Series.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's finals time here at Finals Week at the MODUS Super Series here at the MODUS Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Please welcome the two players on the stage. It's Silverback Tony O'Shea and Mace the Ace Chris Mason.
The Super Series scriptwriters have given us some drama for the ages this evening. A 9-dart shootout going to overtime, 2 semi-finals going to a deciding leg, and possibly the story of all stories. Chris Mason may well be 1 game away from Champions Week. He takes on Tony O'Shea. The winner will get the final spot in the darting dozen. And so, for Chris Mason, the 52-year-old from Bristol, the 2-time former World Championship semi-finalist, is a game away from qualification. He takes on a 3-time BDO World Championship runner-up in Tony O'Shea, the 61-year-old from Stockport, who has had success on the Seniors Tour this year. For Chris Mason, it's been his first throws on a major stage in 12 years. And so, it all boils down to this. Are we going to see the ultimate tungsten fairy tale and Chris Mason turn back the time and qualify for Champions Week? Darts like that will help.
115.
But Tony O'Shea has his own story to write.
$66.
And alongside me to talk through all the darting drama to come is the 2015 BDO World Champion Scott Mitchell. This could be the tungsten story or one of the tungsten stories of 2022?
It could. As I said
41.
upstairs, my heart says and hopes that maybe Mace can live the dream. But my head says Tony has the head
60.
for it.
Now, just a reminder for those of you joining us on Sporty Stuff TV, we will be leaving you very shortly. So head over to the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel to watch this final unfold and possibly watch a moment of history in this tournament. And so Chris Mason, after 12 darts, leaves 74 to hold in the first leg. Now,
59.
This is the one game in the week where the players will bull up in the practice room. Mason has the honour of the darts. And so double 12 for the first leg.
Yeah, that's
and
game short in the first leg.
Chris Mason has a 1-0 lead. He takes the opening rubber.
Second leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
But tonight has been a night that perhaps sums up Tony O'Shea's career, because he is the ultimate darting scrapper. He is someone that 58. Will always go to the well and will always do things the most dramatic of ways.
Indeed he will, even if he's got to break the throw.
93.
Tidy pick up from Mace there last dart. Could be important. They're all important in
100.
Finals. There's nothing like playing in a final. There's nothing that makes your heart beat. It's the place you find out about yourself.
140.
I've got a feeling nobody likes me. Chris Mason's wanted to qualify for Champions Week. He's already qualified for tonight. Chris Mason decided, Chris Mason decided to go upstairs.
I think you may have something there, H. You may have something.
100.
Back to the serious action. Mason should have fought that one through to leave himself a finish. And if O'Shea can crank in another treble, it would have left him on a finish. So Mason gets away with it. 6 on 168 for a 2-0 lead.
Mason has turned the throw. And he will wish to
60.
keep continuing to squeeze. That's a good start from O'Shea. That's a good second dart.
159.
And that is
Chris
probably
require
the perfect
108
third dart as well.
Talk about timing. Treble 16 will give him a dart at tots for 2-0.
88. Tony, you require 24.
And so O'Shea returns to 24. He's crafted this opportunity out.
Yeah, that's game short in the second
leg as well.
Tony O'Shea. Third leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
A rare holder throw there for Tony O'Shea. But if there's anywhere to do it, probably the final's the best time to start it.
60.
And possibly that 159 could be the shot that changes everything, because Chris Mason looked as if he was rolling his way into a 2-0 lead. But have a look at this for a response. Because to every single setback this week, Chris Mason has found an answer.
And a way. Without doubt, he's found a way.
81.
O'Shea just drops that one into the one, making life a little more difficult. But it's just one leg at a time.
100.
Ace will be happy with that on throw. 140 here would have put Tony back in the mix.
70. Chris, you require 161.
So it's 161 for Mason. And as a lead, it's these as well. He'll be going down now. Will he go 45?
137.
The perfect setup that we saw from Tony O'Shea in leg 2 has just been matched by Mason in leg 3.
How'd you like them darting apples?
45. Chris should require
Double 12 after
24.
12. He's got 6 at this. He only needs
Yeah,
the
that's
one.
game
That's
short
a
in the third
13 dart leg.
Chris Mason.
And what a time and what a place to do that. He's averaging 103.5.
Forward
He's
leg, it's
2-1
Tony
up.
to throw first. Game on.
He's halfway there. He was 18 to 1 to win Group A at the start of the week. He was the darting outsider.
$85.
I've got to say that he has been the revelation of the week for all of us. He really
60.
has stood there toe-to-toe. No matter what happens from here on in, he will walk away being amazingly happy that he's in the final. But the competitor that he is, I know that he is.
140.
Now he's in the final. He will definitely want to win it.
There was no expectation at the start of the week, but he's got the taste for it now.
140.
However, O'Shea is now the favourite to win leg 4. Let's not discredit O'Shea one bit, because he's had to ride the tungsten storm throughout the course of the evening.
100.
4-3 in both of his games in the group. He had to go to overtime in the 9-dart shootout. 4-3 against Dudbridge in the semi-final.
59.
He's had to battle his way here.
When you're thrown in this situation, Mason would have gone to the board
66.
140 there.
Tony, you require 142.
And then when he's got a 5 and a 1 in there, 66 was best case scenario. O'Shea has now got double 11.
Yeah, that's game short on the forward line.
2. So
Tony
hold
O'Shea.
your throw. These boys, these boys, these boys. What are they doing to each other?
Fifth flag is Chris to throw first.
Here at the Super Series.
Best of 3 for the final spot in Champions Week.
100.
You cannot script this. Now, just to remind you, if you are joining us on Sporty Stuff TV, switch over to the MODUS Super
60.
Series YouTube channel, because you do not want to miss the thrilling conclusion to week 12. This is going down to the wire, to the very last dart.
100.
And tons of everything at the minute.
This fifth leg is so important.
25.
Could the momentum of the match go here, right in the middle of it? Mason is 100 ahead plus
96.
O'Shea hasn't really made a real attack on the Mason throw so far in this match. That 1-2-1 could change that metric if Mason comes up dry with this visit. And he's not going to do that.
Once again,
105.
We're seeing his bounce back ability after that one superb 1-4-2 from Tony O'Shea.
95. Chris should require 100.
So here we go. It's Mace now 72. Will he go across to the 12? Or he's going to... He stayed there. Double 10.
90.
I do apologise there. I don't know why he'd have gone for a 12. I don't know why I was thinking there.
Need my maths, Scott.
140. Chris should require 10.
Double 5.
No score.
Oh, it's gone on the other side, and this could all change.
Tony, you
it could all
require
change with this
60.
visit to the board.
A bit of Mardle lateral drift there for Mason.
40. Chris should require
First
10.
dart hampered the other two there from Tony. You can hear the crowd oohing and ahhing. Is that affecting the players? It's double 2.
8.
It didn't look
Tony,
likely.
you require 20.
It didn't look likely. And O'Shea, whose mantra all night has been to break, could get his biggest one of the evening here. That's a blocker.
No
That's a
score.
blocker. And Mason's in the madhouse.
Chris require 2.
I can hear everybody down the pub
Yeah,
saying
that's game
one up,
short
one
in the
in,
fifth
and the one
flag.
up went
Chris
straight in.
Mason.
Chris is on the cusp.
6 flag, it's Tony to throw first.
This could be
Game on.
miraculous for Mason. He could be a leg away now. He's 501 points away
60.
from completing the darting fairy tale. He spent weeks upon weeks sat in the chair that me and Scott are in now, saying
57.
he has a good chance. He was playing himself down. He was playing his chances down. Well, he can play them up for all it's worth now.
60.
Two visits of 60 from O'Shea.
45.
And 2 lacklustre visits from Mason, it has to be said. The tension, you can feel the tension in their arm.
77.
This is one of those matches where you just cannot take your eyes off the screen. Because you never know what's going to happen next.
140.
Sometimes the pictures speak more than the words, Henry.
100. Tony Unicorn,
Sometimes
164.
seeing is believing. 6 and 164 for O'Shea.
96.
Good turn a corner there from O'Shea. Mason needs a treble.
59. Tony requires 68.
6 from 68 to take us to a deciding leg. And the way tonight has gone, perhaps it is fitting. 1 dart at tops.
48.
He's going to return, though, for 3 in hand at double 10. But we saw how much of a scrap Chris Mason made out of that scenario in the previous leg. And he's going to be under pressure. Severe pressure. Go high. Go high.
140. Tony requires 20.
Up as wide as 2 dinner plates there, Mason, but it's...
Yeah,
O'Shea
that's game
with
short in the
20.
6th flag. Tony O'Shea.
And so it all comes down to this. We know 11 of the 12 names that are going to
7-10
participate
final
in
act. It's
Champions
Chris to
Week.
throw first.
1 leg
Game
of
on.
501 will decide who the 12th and final name will be. It is Chris Mason who has the darts. And if he holds, he will be there.
60.
For O'Shea, he'll have to do something that he's done quite a lot this evening, and that is break.
41.
O'Shea's darts in this match have been under the treble 20, which don't help him with the angle of dart. Mason's
100.
right in there, and he'll be happy with that ton at this stage. There we go, O'Shea again, just under. And he floats that one past it.
100.
I do wonder why he doesn't move with that blocker in the way. But Tony knows a way by. Far be it for me to tell him. He's been doing it for years, and Mason is just doing the same.
100.
Trebles are like gold dust right now. And every single treble is being roared on in the crowd.
100.
Another huge ton. It's an exchange of them at the minute. 4 in succession. But that's a timely slip, an untimely slip for Chris Mason. That's a great recovery, second dart. Oh,
65.
That's unlucky. That's the worst possible time for a bounce out.
I don't think it hit a wire, I think it hit the other dart. It was a dart on dart out, I think.
140.
And he's been punished to the hilt. Mason needs something big, needs something inspired. He needs a treble now. He needs a treble with this last dart.
60.
And so Tony O'Shea
120.
wants Shanghai for Champions Week.
42. Chris, you require 160.
And so is it going to be The story of all stories. Tops.
Game,
Chris
shot,
is the
and the match.
Chris
Mason.
Super Series. Mace has played his aces and he has qualified for Champions Week. It is the Super Series story of 2022. From commentator to champion, Chris Mason is there.
What a wonderful week it's been here in Portsmouth. To sit here Monday morning 9:30 as the first dart is thrown to the conclusion right now. I was asked last night which two will not get out of the group. I said Alex Small and Adam Warner. The final tonight, it's Alex Small versus Adam Warner. My predictions have been absolutely useless. Hashtag don't follow the dozer. And I also feel robbed over that last video. I was told to be boring. I just looked like a clown.
Okay, first leg, it's Adam.
And speaking of clowns, Matthew Edgar.
Game on!
The last game of 2022. It's the final of week 8. Alex Small, Adam Warner. Adam Warner winning the darts. This is the only game of the week that has a bull-up. Adam winning that bull-up in the practice room. Both these players very impressive
59.
in their semi-finals. And that is the sign of a good player. When the chips are down, when the stakes are raising, can you raise and bring out an even better version of yourself? Both of these achieved that and then some in their semi-final performances.
97.
He's got ice through his veins, this guy, because my concern was he was on such a high 11, 12 minutes ago.
100.
You've got to go backstage and then actually go back on. You know, for Alec, he's had 20 minutes to sort of just understand what the position he's in and sort of prepare himself ready. You know, Adam had all his crowd grabbing hold of him. He nearly fell off the stage. And they expected to come out really slowly. But after 9 darts, he wants 1, 2, 4.
128.
The guy is full of talent.
I think
Adam,
we
you
can say
require
now
124.
we're at the point where we've got to stop questioning him. I think he's answered everything we need answering. He's shown every bit of quality that needs showing. And just continues to do so. 106, 160 for the match in the semi-finals. And then it is a 124 finish, a 12-dart leg. This is from the man who apparently was 40 to 1 at the start. It's not apparently, he was 40 to 1. He was the 40 to 1, the biggest outside. He was 25 to 1 just to win his group.
So I guess my job as a pundit, as a player who's been on the stage, he will be walking on air right now. And the timing of Christmas, I can't get that song out of my head as I say that, but he will be feeling an absolute $1 million. The battle he has right now is just the controlling the emotions that in his body right now. Not to think of the winning line, and every time I begin to doubt him, he finds a 140 in. He's unbelievable.
Really impressed with both of these.
43.
We're focusing on Adam because he's the one who's tearing away with this one in the early phases. But both of these players mightily impressive. But Adam's just not stopping.
130.
He's getting better.
Incredible. Adam Warner.
98.
You have a new fan.
131.
You can see this out. This is seriously impressive stuff. You can still do this.
51. I think you require 160.
Interesting enough, the 160 is what changed the night for Adam Warner.
128.
What a setup though.
And you require 80.
Just keep the first dart straight. fat 20 is not the end of the world. Sit on top of that. Take your chance.
60. Alec,
Second there, I thought that was in.
32.
We haven't mentioned much of Alex Small.
Game show the
And it's
second
1-1.
leg. Alex Small.
One thing I can mention about Alex Small is he's not missing doubles. He was 4 from 5 in Game 6 when he took on Richard Veenstra. He was 4 from 5 in his 4-3 victory in the semi-final against Chris Landman. And he's 1 from 1 here. Alex Small is not a man who is wilting under the pressure. But then again,
100.
Same can be said about Adam. This is going to be a quality final.
84.
I'm sure that family on the front right, I'm sure they're here every week. It was nice to see Luke Getty here tonight. So, Luke,
135.
it's great that you've stayed around. I know you live locally, but just being here, that meant an awful lot to me, that to see you here. We'll be seeing you back at the MODUS Super Series, I'm sure. And there he is, bottom left-hand corner there. You'd be thinking, if only that was me. He's so cool. I'm talking to my Super League team as we do the commentary here, and
83.
they were predicting Chris Landman at one point tonight, and then it swayed, and they know Adam really well. That's where I got my classic information of what do you know about him? Well, he wears chinos, and that's all I had to go on him. The creamy dream. And I thought tonight was going to be a nightmare.
29.
Far from it. But Alex Small, very, very proud of them amazing flights he uses there.
I mean, 154.
Just continue to do, and he might not like the pace. That's the only thing I'm thinking of there. Another one leaves tops. That leaves 78. So if you're looking at the 18 bed. And once again, he's keeping it simple. That's what I like about him. He's not drifting into 4-1 because you're putting too much pressure on that treble.
60.
Alex looks second best a lot in this game, and you can tell that with the averages.
Adam, he requires 60.
But he's right in this. I'm impressed with Alex. I had concerns last time I saw him. He was just a little bit too raw. Our champion of champions has put on an unbelievable performance this week, and it's positive after positive. It's double 10.
50.
And they're the kind of moments that Alex Small will be saying, thank you very much. Take this.
$60.
Never the easiest double is double 5.
10.
And I think that face there was thinking 2-4. But at this stage, I think he'd be thinking straight for it. What a feeling. And his responses, my information I had, is quiet, softly spoken. And I was getting messages, not on your Nelly, is he?
To throw first.
Get him to do the Warner shuffle. He'll shout, he'll scream. My mind's picturing him at a varsity match now with other university guys. I've been there, I've done exhibitions at the Nottingham one, and the crowd go crazy, and he's feeding off that. But the most impressive thing about him right now is that it's not affecting him when he gets on that hockey. He is consistent, he's steady.
95.
He's impressive. Alex Small, now it's your turn, young man.
Yeah, both these players have had success away from the Super Series. Glenn just mentioned there about Alec winning that Champion of Champions. And we bring that up a lot because I think that's a big title. I think it's one of the biggest ones outside of PDC circuit. Adam Warner winning a Riley's UK Open qualifier. He won that one in Liverpool, which got him through to the UK Open, which is a TV major on the PDC side. That experience might come in quite handy here for this one when it's one of those one-off matches. Certainly the final of that, when you played all day like he's been here all week. That Riley's qualifier will go for about 14 hours. And when you get to that one match where if you win, you're through. If you don't, it's like it never existed.
He's something for you, Matt. Them 2 days he had off, he's coming here really fresh, really strong. I'm saying that Richard Veenstra looked really tired tonight. And we had that conversation. Is it good to continue playing for the week? And it'd be interesting what Adam did for a couple of days. Did he just relax? I mean, he's fit, healthy, young lad. He could play darts for a month and it wouldn't affect him. But for Alec, that last dart for Alec there just keeps him in this leg.
122.
He's beginning to run away with it there, Adam. And how many times have we said that this week? So treble 18. He'll stay there. And once again, he'll stay there.
54. Alec, you're 124.
It's not a gimme, 68. So this 1-2-4 doesn't have all the pressure in the world, but he'll stay there.
56.
They're just not getting them trebles now. Now it's about this type of finish.
Adam,
And if you've been with us all
68.
week, you'll know the importance of what we're talking about. These are the kind of finishes that professional players practice. They're on 64, 68, 72. Them type of finishes will happen 4 to 5 times in a match.
Game
4 to 5 times. Adam Warner continues to impress. The guy is superb. The guy is impressive. You're brilliant, Warner, someone shouts.
We've let
The
it
kind
Adam
of
to
help
throw
a crowd can
first.
give you. Advantage, Warner.
Game on.
He's a leg away. A leg away from the title. A leg away from Champions Week. A leg away from £5,000 in prize money. And I said these are the legs. This is the leg when the heart starts to pound. And you can see the finishing line. Not affecting the performance, but this is where we're seeing Alec really kick in times when his back was against the wall. He's produced some amazing darts. But when you have a look at the averages, there's a 15-point gap between the two at the moment. And unless that turns around quite drastically, you've got to say that Adam should be able to serve this out and pick up his biggest prize check of his life so far. And I say so far because I strongly expect that with darts like what we're seeing from him, he's going to be picking up many more checks in the next couple of years.
58.
No treble in 6 there, though. Was the damage done in the early stage?
134.
For the first time,
77.
a little bit of nerves here for Adam. There's nerves on both parties, I think.
28.
It's all getting a bit edgy now. And I'm not surprised. Neither of these, well, I say neither of them. Alex picked up a check for £10,000. You won the champion of champions. What are you on about, Edgar?
For Warner, and big gulps of breath are like big pieces of gold dust.
85.
Just helps to control that adrenaline which will be flowing through his body right now. The only good thing for him is
99.
Alex games just dip, but that
Adam, you
last dart by
require
Alex Small there
105.
could be decisive. Leaves a 2-darter. And who is going to write off Adam Warner with this treble 18? And for the title,
89. Alec, you require
See
100.
his followers, all eyes glued to the board, hands on heads. They might have to wait a bit longer. Alex Small's doubling, as we've already suggested, has been phenomenal.
90.
But this is it. 3 darts in hand. This is what you dream of on a Monday morning when you walk into here in Group A.
Adam, you
dream of this
16.
position that Adam Warner is about to go and play in.
the process hasn't changed. Look at the people in the back. That's harder than the dart player. Double 8. What a dart for this young man.
12. Alec, you required 10.
He does have a bit of breathing room on the scoreboard.
Game's your
But he's
fifth
going to
leg.
have to go back
Alex
to
Small.
501 points and start all over again.
Creamy dream.
Sig leg is Alec to throw
He just hit his first nightmare. The positivity in you will think, and I've had one opportunity. I'll get another one, but next time I'll get it.
140.
Look how quick Alec threw them darts there, and look how he bounced along the ocky there. He's thinking to himself, you've had your chance. Adam, you didn't take it. Now it's my time. And will
100.
Adam be thinking of them missed doubles now? It's all very interesting. Look at the pace all of a sudden.
83.
When we spoke earlier in the week, and we spoke about it tonight, there's got no scar tissue. This is where scar tissue is potentially formed. If he does go on to lose this match, those 4 missed match darts to win this match 4-1 will be the start of that if he doesn't process it in the correct ways.
76.
But he has the opportunity. And how important will that bull in the background be? And the type of week it's been, I can't take my eyes off the crowd at the back. They're living every dart with Adam. 5 hours they've travelled down today. And with support like that.
85.
And I know how that feels. Turning around to see a mass of your friends and family just gives you that extra dart. Right now, is he already thinking of the last leg decider?
The week we've had, I think it would only be fitting to see the week decided in a one-leg shootout.
It requires 68.
However, I don't think Adam's going to want it to go that way, and I certainly don't think that crowd are. But if we get a double 8 here from Alec, there's going to be no choice. Because that is what we're doing. A week that's had everything. A week that's had tight groups. A week that's had quality. A week that's had its ups and downs. It's been a roller coaster, but there's only one direction for it now as it's coming into the final part.
Game on!
It's a one-leg shootout, and Adam Warner will be throwing first for the title.
And for the first time as a commentator, nerves are in my stomach. I actually want them both to win. Imagine what this can do for your career, to be a champion, to be a MODUS Super Series weekly winner, to get yourself into Champions Week. Brother.
Adam is finding, when the chips are down, the maximum visit, 174.
Just when you begin to doubt.
Composes himself.
The crowd are trying to compose themselves.
100.
This is big, and look at them. I can't take my eyes off them. But respectful, must be respectful for when Alec is throwing.
100.
And it's the Paul
And we
Hinks.
require 127.
And game. Will he stay there? He's got old head on young shoulders, this boy. But what a last dart that is.
12 darts thrown.
90.
1 double left. Another opportunity. He's had 4 match darts already.
But the process hasn't changed. This time, it's tops. This time, his opponent's on 126. Double 10. It's getting nervy. It's
30.
getting very nervy here in Portsmouth.
Alec, you require 126.
And all on the 19s.
He needs 4 19s for the bull. That's 1. That's 2. That's not enough. So 54. Adam Warner will return. Double 5. He's had 7 match darts already. They hold their heads. They hold their breaths. Adam holds the dart in the throwing hand.
The perfect Xmas present for the rank outsider of the week. What a story, what a week for Adam Warner. And the noisy, vociferous crowd gather round. So impressive for Adam Warner. I knew nothing about him until this week, and that is absolutely amazing.